Okay, so we would just get right into it then. I would ask you, Mathoni, since you're on stage, why is gender and human rights worth discussing in the digital age, especially with regards to the use of the internet? Why is it worth it?
Well, thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me. Hi, everyone who I can't see. So I can see you. So thank you so much and great to be on this panel. Coming to you live from France. Unfortunately, I was not able to travel to Abuja because of the travel restrictions that we have here. So I really feel badly about that. I love Abuja. Yeah, so I think just jumping to your question, why is this important? I think I would start by pushing us to reflect a bit about the events of the last year. I think that gives us a good starting point, although that's not where the story begins. I think it's become clear to us during the COVID pandemic that gender inequalities and all forms of gender-based discrimination that exist in our everyday lives and societies have been propelled, or you could say reflected on the digital spaces. I think we saw this when the world was forced to slow down. So when we were all forced to slow down because of COVID, the various COVID lockdowns, and this was a global phenomenon, we were all pushed to go online. And immediately we saw who couldn't get online. And I think that's where we start this conversation, who was not able to access the internet. One of the things that we know that there's a glaring gender gap, as we call it. We know from the data that fewer women than men use the internet. At the Web Foundation, for example, in our analysis, we found that men are 21% more likely to be online than women. And when we look at countries, least developing countries, we find that it even goes up to about 52% of the world, 52% of men are online as compared to women. And then when we zero in on Africa, if you look at the data, we find that 20% of women have access to the internet today in comparison to 37% of men. And I think that data starts to tell us a story about the structural inequalities that already exist in our societies. I don't think this is a new story, but I think the gender digital divide gives us an opportunity here to pause. And I think this is why your question is really important. It highlights the varying disparities when we talk about meaningful access. It also tells us the varying disparities between men, women, and marginalized groups in terms of the use and the ownership of technologies. And in this case, we talk about the internet. It also enables us to capture a bit more clearly the online manifestation of those structural and systematic inequalities that persist. So what do I mean by that? So for example, women are not part of, if women are not online, they're also not part of decision-making about the technology that is reshaping our world, which leads us to think that women are also being left behind. So we're not only online, but we're also not making those decisions. The tech is not being developed for us, for our own experiences to deal with the situations that we have every day. So I think this is really an important point to reflect on. So when we think of gaps in quality of connectivity, can women get online? Can they afford to get online? Do we have digital skills? We also see that there are gaps and biases in data that shapes the technology. So the data that we're using today often misses out women's lived experiences. And therefore, if we're using that data, again, we're leaving out women, right?
Yeah.
I think the last point I want to make is one of the critical ones, and the threat, the disproportional impact of online safety and the rights of women, of girls online. I think we've seen now it's becoming more evident the rate of online violence, harassment, bullying online, and how that is specifically impacting women's rights to express themselves, to express their freedom of opinion, to be able to participate in democratic debate, to be able to participate in decision-making that is more and more so moving in online spaces. So I'll stop there. I think those are just some anecdotal reasons why I think this is such an important question, and therefore putting gender and human rights at the forefront of when we're talking about the digital age is really important for us to enable us not to replicate the inequalities that already exist in our what we call.
Yeah, I'd agree. You definitely did way more than simply introduce the subject. There was so much that was said, so much to just dissect and unpack. You mentioned how, especially during the pandemic, we were forced online, we moved online, and the violence that exists offline moved online as well. You mentioned the digital divide, access to the internet. I'll put that aside for a bit, and I would ask Buki, who is in person here with me, would you agree that the violence that exists offline has now moved online? And, in what ways have you seen that, especially with the work that you do? I don't think this mic is working. Can you give me another mic? Yeah. Can you hear me? I can. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks. And I think you can, just for just for us to hear you better. Still outside though. Okay. All right. Just to quickly jump to the question that was asked in terms of violence. I think it's quite important, and I think Tony really touched on this, that, often we try to separate, offline and online and separate real life from the life we live online. But I think it's really quite important to make the point that it's a continuation of it, and that technology and, access to digital spaces is just also one way in which we live our lives. So it's not separate from what goes on. What COVID did was, put us in a position in which we had to be more online because we had to stay away from each other. There had to be a level of physical distancing that we were now using online digital tools to be able to replicate those physical spaces. Yeah. Virtually. So the violence had already been there. We'd already seen cyber violence before COVID happened. I think just in Nigeria, what it did was it amplified it, the way it amplified increased violence against women and girls. So we were seeing a lot more blackmailing in terms of access to photos, right? There were some cases that were reported to us in which, persons who broke up over COVID or had, intimate partner issues. And then there was a lot of threats around publishing existing photos that had been sent, and we saw issues. We also saw issues for LGBTQI persons as well, who were also facing that same level of violence. And also because a lot of conversations were also happening online, we also saw increased targeting, right? Of women and girls, and also just the vocal part of it, right? And also just using different things like WhatsApp to send threatening messages. So you saw a lot more of that. It wasn't that it didn't exist already, but you saw more of it really happening and taking on, different and new forms as well. But then also realizing that we don't have the structure to be able to respond to it in a way that actually really protects the safety and reduces harm. Yeah. Right. And more importantly, also realizing that, because we work with a lot of young people, also realizing that there is this necessary work in which we have to do in making sure that young people are safe online, in terms of the information they've been able to access, in the ways that they're able to protect themselves, in particular. But I feel like, some research is being done. So policy.org, a friend of mine, Nima, did really great research that was looking at violence online, but it was mostly in Eastern and Southern Africa. And I think it would be important to replicate something like that in West Africa to really be able to understand the levels of violence that we're seeing, because all the information we're sharing, which is our lived reality, which is important data, like Ntoni said, that is not being collected, it's really quite critical for us to be able to see the scale of what is happening. But I think there's also an important aspect of it, because social media was also really critical in a way to mobilize access to information. Yes, we're leaving some people behind, but it was also a way to ensure that people were getting information that they could use to keep themselves safe, or be able to access services, in places where services were still able to be provided. So I think
for us, this access to internet, and I was reading the GSMA report, and it's like at this point the internet is so critical to our lives, but not enough women have it. And adding to that is that literacy is also a really big issue, so it's affordability. So there is that important question that I want to leave with all of us, especially in terms of violence, is that we're able to protect and assist and help educated women, many who live in to their spouses, saying like, look at what your wife is saying online, please control her, please tell her to stop saying such things.
As though she has no agency.
Exactly, which really feeds back into the social and gender norms that we're talking about, in which women should be seen, not heard, and women shouldn't say anything in any ways that, you know, is pushing for women's rights, or is pushing for their own rights, or opinions that they have about situations in their lives. And so being told like, you know, does your husband know you're on here talking about these things? Or, you know, do the men in your life know you're talking about these things? And it's also one of the things that actually hinders women from getting access to smartphones, because often they don't access smartphones because their family members, you know, men in their lives to say, you know, no, you know, it's dangerous.
Those feminists.
Exactly, it's dangerous. It's not good for a young woman to be online. You're going to learn bad things. You're going to be wayward. You know, they're going to encourage you to be wayward. So those kind of things. But you know, we don't stop boys from doing it because it's fine for them to be wayward, right? But not for girls to be wayward.
So I saw recently that the situation of bullying, especially in Nigeria, got so bad, especially on Twitter, that there was a movement to boycott Twitter. I think this was on 9th of April. I don't know if you were a part of this or at the forefront of this, but I remember a lot of the people online started to make jest of it, turned it into football jokes. And, you know, it doesn't look serious on the face of it,
no, it's
but
serious.
It is part of the problem. Oh, hello, Zoom.
Yeah, well, coming back. But let me just quickly add to that, because I wanted to say that, you know, for me, it really, like I keep saying, it's like bringing that violence is offline, online. And that's actually a strategy that they've done. I've heard that some people have set up WhatsApp groups to be able to coordinate responses to those kind of things. So like if you're talking maybe about domestic violence, so you not see a bunch of men coming to talk about the game that day. And scores under your tweet in a way of doing that, of derailing the conversation. I don't also know, for those of you on Twitter who've seen something called Patriarchy FC, which is kind of like proud oppressors. You know, these things, we kind of make it seem like it's a joke, right? But it's not funny. I mean, when we're talking about patriarchy and when we're talking about systems of oppression, it's not hilarious. Because for a lot of, you know, women, and for many of us who do women's rights work, social media has actually been one of the spaces for us to connect with each other and learn from each other. It's also a space for us to be like, I'm not alone. Really, these things that I'm going through in my community, these things that I'm going through in my home, it's happening. There's a name to it. I can actually name this abuse, and there's help that can be gotten, and support that can be gotten, and community that can be built. And I think it's quite important. So to in a way kind of trivialize the work a lot of women do, and to also make it into a joke that we're proud oppressors, and making that space more toxic. I think it's quite important to acknowledge these different ways that actually really make it difficult for people to find the freedom of expression within those spaces.
You've highlighted so many important things. Hi, Olamide, we lost you there for a second. So Buki and I were just discussing the Twitter boycott of 9th of April because of cyberbullying. So what are your thoughts on that? Also, what other ways do you think that violence manifests itself on the internet?
First of all, I was actually going to mention what happened that day. It was really shameful how the events of things turned out, because I mean, I'd seen the announcement to boycott for women, because it was the idea of that boycott was for women to boycott Twitter that day, to show men and to show everyone basically how we felt about oppression. Because I mean, we all know that there's a bandwagon that is against e-feminists, like they call us, and people who just come, and every time we talk about women's rights, every time we talk about girls' rights, they come and, like the previous speaker has said, they just come and derail the conversation, call us witches, call us a coven. They've pretty much given us every unbearable name that you can think of in this day and age. And we go through that every time just because we're asking to be treated equally, just because we're asking to, have equal rights, to not be disrespected, to not be raped, to not be abused. And that day we had seen, I did block a lot of people that day, and I did, mute a lot of people as well that day, because we had seen people mock that movement. And I do not know if that can be different from the movement we had in October last year, where we said we wanted to come out and fight against the police oppression, and it's called SARS. This is how this thing starts, like our Nigerian mothers say, this thing start little, right? Today we're talking about, them boycotting online bullying for women. You don't know how these things may seem trivial, like you said it, but tomorrow somebody, starts to take it physical. We go from taking it online, and we go to even, bullying women in real life and saying, oh yeah, that feminist. A lot of times imagine people bumping into me and saying, oh yeah, that online feminist, and you're the one that has been, that has been championing this movement, and probably would attack me from there. So to be honest, we cannot trivialize all of these issues that we go through online, because I know for a fact that these things manifest in real life. We have seen a lot of these people stalking women, from social media, and actually, taking it out of them in real life. We also have to give, we've also seen movements. I mean, again, I'll go back to the NSAS movement. We've seen women, we've seen, the first forefront. We've seen them at the forefront, from Lagos to London to Abuja, championing these causes. And all of this would have slowed down if not for the internet. We have a lot of money, a lot of resources that were busted out for this movement to be successful. World leaders paying attention to this movement, the CEO of Twitter, big organizations paying attention and lending their voices to ensuring that we got heard and got assistance in any way possible. And we've also seen government also try to gag people. I mean, look at the elections in one of these African countries. I really can't remember. And we've seen governments shut down internet because they wanted to rig elections. We've seen governments shut down, internet accessibility just because they wanted the elections to be swayed their way and to guard the voices of young people, for leadership too. So there's a whole lot of things that we can do to internet. There's a lot. It's very, very important for us to ensure that these conversations continue. And I think that, again, I must say that boycott needs to happen again. There needs to be a lot more of those kinds of movement, a lot more of those kind of boycott, because we were pretty much mocked. People were gagged. I'm not going to lie, I wasn't a part of the boycott, but I supported it and said, what, let's see how this plays out and let's see how we manage it. And there was total silence. I'm to blame as well, because I was there online tweeting like it wasn't my business, even though it was. A lot of us are guilty of just not paying attention on that very day. But I think that preceding that, what happened that day, we should have more of those kinds to show seriousness. Because as far as I'm concerned, that pilot movement was not as successful as it should have been. We should come back and have a round table discussion, say, what, women are actually being attacked online. Girls are actually being attacked online just because they have views. Women who don't want to get married get abused. Women who say they don't want to have children get abused. Women who say they don't want to, for different reasons, just because women want to have their voice and say, what, I want to do what I want to do with my body. People will come and say, oh, you're a witch, you're a COVID member, just because you say you don't want to get married, just because you say you don't want to have children, just because you say you don't want to be under, any family units, just want to live your life. So a lot more needs to happen, because I foresee this turning into a full-blown, physical, attack, of social media. So it's very important for these conversations to happen, because it's not just online. These things manifest offline as well.
Yeah, so I think something else that we definitely need to pay attention to is the economic consequence of this situation. So you find that with so many women being bullied, targeted, harassed, intimate photos of them being released online without their consent, we're finding them being mocked, and the entire situation just being made uncomfortable for them to exist online. We found so many people leaving the internet. I saw a tweet recently that said people seem to always take mental health breaks off Twitter, but they don't see that on other networks. Under it, of course, there were so many replies saying, I recently left Facebook, or I recently left Instagram for the sake of my mental health. And you find that those bearing the brunt of this, again, are women. And these women, you find that a lot of the women who have been bullied or have experienced some sort of violence online tend to leave the internet, even if it is just for a time. This also means them not getting access to opportunities, right? So whatever, say, a practical example would be a job application that someone could have found online, and then you don't get it. You're busy searching for a job. The whole world is moving digital. You're not feeling comfortable online. Job opportunities are therefore being stolen from you because of the situation that other people have put you in. So it has direct economic consequences, right? So the question is, Buki mentioned how we have a role to play in this situation. Olamide mentioned how, the CEO of Twitter was a part of the NSARS movement. And there's been a lot of talk, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic and the misinformation and disinformation that happened during that period, about the role that these private actors, the owners of Facebook and Twitter, can do about content moderation, controlling what is put out there. So now I want to discuss the role of private actors, the role of the state, and the role of us individuals. So I would start with Mutoni as regards what you think the role of these private actors are, especially those who own these social media spaces. What can they do?
Right. Thanks again. I mean, this is really an interesting discussion. Before I answer that question, I think I want to, sometimes when we talk about online spaces, there's an idea that these are fictional spaces, but I want to compare the online space with a public space or a public square. And I think that's really important for us to visualize that. If we're saying that at the public square, where everything happens, where debate happens, where commerce happens, if there's violence on those, on the streets, women aren't able to access. It's the same thing when we talk about online spaces, right? So we are actually removing women from the public square, so to speak. But coming back to your question, I think one, there's a responsibility on platforms. So one, social media platforms, to ensure that women and everyone who goes online is safe and protected. And one of the things, like at the Web Foundation, we've just finished a series of consultations where we wanted to understand better from women, what is it that they wanted the platforms themselves to take on. One of the things that was mentioned was a lot of times the platform reporting mechanisms aren't very clear, right? So sometimes it can be very complicated, very unwinding, very long. It's not always quite clear how one should go about reporting. And then once you report, what happens to that report? Is there any action that is taken? How are you actually prevented from those who are trolling you online? So this is something that has come up a lot. And I think that's something, with the platforms in our discussions, where we're pushing for them to start having really taking into consideration women's lived experiences online. Understanding that also these platforms, we don't experience them the same way. We use different languages, there are different contexts. So it's imperative for platforms not to only have a Western view of what online abuse looks like, but really understand how online abuse manifests, for example, in Nigeria, or manifests in Kenya, or manifests in different countries, and the words and language that are used to abuse women or make them feel unsafe. So that's really important for platforms to really think about how to ensure that they're hiring people in their own companies who understand that context itself and be able to address those concerns. I think that's really important. I think the last thing I want to say, it's important for both governments and private sector, I think, to really invest in digital skills education. I think one of the things where if women don't have digital skills, then are able to maneuver these platforms and be able to secure themselves. I think that's really important, so that women are not leaving. So the option for them is not to leave the platform, but to find ways in which they can actually use or report those violence that they face. I think that's an important thing that we need to invest more in, and investing more in the tech itself. The platforms are developed by individuals. Unfortunately, most of these individuals are men, and men from the global north, who don't foresee the kinds of violence like my sisters were talking about here. So I think showing that you have a diverse tech developers who understand those lived experiences of women and can design platforms that actually respond to the concerns for women. I think that's also a very important thing that is often missing, and that's a complaint that has come out every time we're engaging with young women about what is it that platforms can do better to secure women online.
Yeah, I think that's pretty important, because I find that women also need to be able to trust the system, to know that if they report certain situations, it's going to be handled. If I say someone is bullying me, it's going to be handled. And sometimes one of the reasons why it's not handled is because of the lack of human touch. So I think there's a point where I would mention the oversight board of Facebook, supposedly independent from Facebook, there to judge all situations that are reported, to see if, the suspensions and expulsions from these platforms are warranted. Cases like, say, that of Donald Trump, who was booted off Twitter recently, would be reviewed by human touch, as opposed to, maybe certain an AI picking up certain words and just throwing the person out or not getting the context. I'd really like what you said about context, because something can be said in a lingo of a particular country or people that might not necessarily be understood by the AI or some governing body in America, as opposed to the lingo that is used maybe here by the Yoruba people of Nigeria. So I think context is very important. So I would move to Olamide now as regards, the role that state actors need to play. I think it's also important to note that I was at a program recently where I was told, again, disclaimer, I didn't look this up, but it was interesting, that Facebook was initially created as a means to rate women's pictures. So, it now makes you want to look at the foundation that a lot of these platforms were built upon. A lot of them were built upon patriarchy. And I suppose that's just general with regarding every system that we have right now. And that is why women are finding it a bit harder to fit in, because a lot of these situations were not put in place for them. Spaces are now being created, and everyone is complaining about the discomfort as regards creating spaces for women, when we should probably just be dismantling the system entirely and building it back up with women in mind. So I would move to Olamide now, and I'd like you to talk about the role that you think state actors can play in this situation. So, I would just quickly highlight with Nigerian laws, the Violence Against Persons Prohibitions Act, which is, our most progressive law with regards to violence right now, the Penal Code, the Criminal Code, Cybercrimes Act, none of them address online violence specifically. Correct me if I'm wrong. It doesn't say that you can prosecute someone for bullying or stuff like that. So I just, take it from there. What role do state actors have to play? The police, the government, what do they need to do? Where do we even begin?
What this means is that we just really need to update our laws. I mean, you and I know that we currently run the 1999 Constitution that has barely really been updated.
Yeah.
You know, we literally just need to update. I'm going to say quickly, I know that a lot of people have been advocating for social media bill. I don't think that it's necessary. Why? Because
it's important.
For the fact that the state wants this bill to gag you and I, so that they can monitor conversations like you and I are having now, so that they can monitor conversations around, you know, because I mean, you and I have seen that every time we come and say, you know what, we're trying to hold the government accountable, or we are trying to rally or protest against the government, that's when the conversation of social media bill comes up, which is tricky. And, you know, it has some undertone there. So what we need to do is update our laws, upgrade our laws. Everything needs to be changed. Everything needs to be changed. Everything needs to be, you know, there needs to be addition, subtraction in every way possible. Also, again, I cannot state this enough, adequate representation of, you know, the female gender. I say female gender because a lot of these laws that were created, I don't think there was a woman in that room. It was a bunch of military men. It was a bunch of dictators in one room saying, oh, we want this and that, the constitution, you know, from section 1 to section this and that, you know, men just deciding we need more representation of women in these rooms. Again, we're talking about this VAP Act. A lot of states still haven't passed this VAP Act. I'm still at loggerheads with my state, Ondo State, just to ensure that they pass the VAP Act. And in passing the VAP Act, not tweaking it in the way they want, but in the way that it should be, accommodating every person, from women to children to, you know, girls to even boys, and, you know, cutting across, you know, disabled people and, you know, across board. So it's very important for more women to be represented, more women to be in these rooms and, you know, making this decision. And to be honest, I'm not talking about patriarchal princesses. I'm talking about women that really get it, women that understand that there is a gap that must be filled, and that there's inequality, and that there is unfairness, you know, in our systems across board. So basically, these are the roles that states need to be more active in those roles. And our laws are really outdated. We really need to push for these reforms, you know, in our existing laws. They're libel laws, they're slander laws. These things just need to be, you know, updated to ensure that it covers, now that we have gone into a digital world, it covers, you know, online spaces, it covers, you know, spaces that are, you know, in our little WhatsApp groups, you know, that people can actually be held accountable. Look at people. We've talked about, there was our one of our leaders, you know, bullied, practically beat up a security guard, I think, when he went to purchase something, and then there was there was a social media outrage in the year 2000. That would have happened and would have gotten away with it. But as of yesterday, the Senate said they were going to try him for, he's chairman of code of conduct, you know, tribunals. And then he's going to be held accountable for, at least he's going to be tried, he's going to be questioned, as opposed to where we're coming from, where nobody would have heard anything about it. It would have gone on that there would have been no video, there would have been no, again, I give social media that credit. This, you can see it, like, it's evidential. You can see the video, you can see the pictures, you can see, you know, people there saying, oh, you're beating this man, you're being unfair, you're using your power against this man, you're suppressing other people with the power that you have. And we saw the video, it was everywhere. And because of that video, whether they like it or not, you know, we can see that, you know, he's going to be held accountable, whether in the actual court or in the court of, you know, social media, you know. So it's very important that we begin to reflect these things in our laws and upgrade our laws. Basically, that's why. And I think that it's also very important. Again, I don't know that the average. It's very unfortunate that the PRO is not here today, of the Nigerian Police Force. This average Nigerian police doesn't even know the law that he's supposed to be kind of like gatekeeping. Education. It's very important that every police officer in Nigeria is aware that you cannot just, they know, they don't even know that they're supposed to search our phones. They don't know that. They don't know that they're supposed to stop us at certain times. It's a whole lot of, you know, upgrading and, you know, updating that we need to do with our laws, the people that hold our laws, the people that hold us accountable, that don't even know what they're doing. So it's a lot more that we need to do, basically.
So I think it's really important to note here for everyone that in almost everything everyone has said, they've mentioned the consequence in some way of social media outrage. And I think, back then in social studies in school, we were taught all the tools of social justice, and social media, in my opinion, is officially a tool of social justice, which is why everybody needs access to it. Because if we were taught that, say, pressure on the government, being part of the legislative process, it's a way for people to contribute to a democratic society, then in the society that we live in now, being a part of social media and everything that happens, especially in the political sphere, is everyone's business, because it is now a tool of social justice. So Buki, this would be for you. I know that with your work with women and girls, you I'm not sure, you'd correct me if I'm wrong, you might have had some dealings with the police force, especially with people who have, reported physical cases of violence, right? So what has the attitude been like around that? So I don't know if there has been any point where there's been a report of, say, online violence, but if there was, what do you imagine, if there isn't, what do you imagine the reaction would be like based on your experience, just, dealing with them and physical violence on a good day?
Okay, so I'm going to take this in stages, because I think Musonio Lame kind of, mentioned the role of legal frameworks and the role of government and private individuals.
Yeah. So
let me just start with governments. And I think I also want to start with the issue of laws.
Yeah.
There's always this sense that we need to update our laws, we need to expand it, and all of those things. And I think those are quite critical and quite important. But the truth of the matter is that if you actually look at the laws that exist, if we implement them, we'll be closer to making everyone safe without even updating it just yet, right? If you look at the cybercrimes, there's issues of child pornography, there's cyber stalking, there's all of those issues that have been mentioned there already that can actually be used to protect people. Same with VAP, same as when we're talking about sexual harassment, because at least when we're talking about sexual harassment in tertiary institutions, what has actually ensured that we got evidence was the use of smartphones, recording conversations, taking videos. Do you know what I mean? So I don't only want to limit it to social media. Just having access to a phone can be transformative in many ways. And we're saying not enough women have access to it. So for me, it's not just about the legal framework. It's also about the enabling environment, with the policies, with the guidelines, with the change in social norms, with the change in structural norms that exist for us to advance the rights of women. Those are quite critical. Ensuring that women, we're seeing gender parity in terms of education. All of those things are also just really critical, apart from the legal frameworks, in ensuring that people can participate in the public square online. As Mutoni said.
Yeah.
So that's that part of that aspect of it. Then it now comes to looking at the human resources within the government, which is the security actors, which is the policymakers, the civil servants, the legislators, and all those critical actors. And the truth of the matter is that even if the laws exist, a lot of them bring, as we sometimes say as actors, their full selves to work. So if you have a man who is raised in patriarchy, and who is now a police officer, and you come and report a case to him that, you have a partner and pictures were taken, you consented to sending him those photos, but when the relationship ended, or when you decide to no longer be with this person, they have decided that the one way to hold you hostage is to release those photos, either to people that you know or to release it on social media websites. And you go to the police, to talk to them. It depends. In some cases, we've seen that they've accepted it, they've taken the complaint, they've taken the petition, and they've talked to the other person to say, look, this is actually against the law, but in terms of moving forward, there's usually that lag time in which you have to be the one who keeps following up with them. To say, remember, we submitted a petition 2 weeks ago. Has there been any movement? Has there been any more investigation? Has anyone been contacted? And, nothing is happening. They just received your petition and said, hey, yeah, something bad happened. Let's try and help you. There's that. There's also the one where they'll get there and be like, you two, why were you sending them photos? Why did you, do that? It's the same way.
A virtuous woman do that.
Exactly. Asking you why you two were behaving in very bad ways, and sharing these kind of, information, even if that person is your boyfriend or your husband or your girlfriend or your partner, however you want to put it, just putting those terms out there. So you do have those both ways of it happening and things like that. But I feel for even the LGBTQI community, especially in Nigeria, and because we use the Same-Sex Marriage Act in a way to make it seem like they don't have rights at all. But the truth of the matter is, like, it doesn't matter if they're LGBTQI, they're Nigerian citizens.
Yeah.
Whoever it is that they're in a relationship with, it is not necessarily your business as the government. They have a right to privacy and freedom.
Yeah.
And so if there is a case in which they are being ketoed, as the term is, in which, catfishing them or, taking their photos and blackmailing them, which state actors also do. So we saw it happening during COVID because we did a research on gender and COVID. And one of the things that were happening is that they were looking at people's phones, and if they saw that you are an LGBTQI person and they know you were talking to someone, they would now use it to trace contacts and call them and tell them that, so you are a gay. Do you want to go to jail? And use it in those ways. And you've seen those kind of reports, and it's really heartbreaking and really demoralizing to see it being used.
Yeah.
I mean, that when them being treated as if they're not citizens of this country. And I think that's really quite important. So the truth of the matter is that even if we have laws, it just depends on which police station you walk into, or if you walk into NAPTEP, or who you meet, who might be the policy person that day, who really wants to follow the law, who either believes in human rights or doesn't. So the push behind it is to say that everyone should act according to human rights. All security, actors should act according to human rights. And that's just going to go beyond laws. It's going to go beyond training, because for most of us who do work around behavior change, it takes more than one training.
Yeah.
To change someone's mindset that they've grown up with. And what they believe and their belief systems. But it's really about saying, like, you can believe what you believe. I have no capacity to change your belief system. But what I can change is your behavior towards others, which means that you should not bring your belief systems and say someone else has to believe it.
Yeah.
You just have to see them and say, in this situation, in this particular, what is my job? Is it to protect? Is it to ensure that they're safe? Is it to guarantee they have access? What is your job in that situation? And I think we are seeing some security actors being able to do that. Not all, not enough.
Yeah.
As we're seeing. But then, the other side of it for us, for those of us who work with young people, is also to be able to ensure that as much as we talk about the benefits of social media, we're also talking about the issues and the challenges that exist as well, so that there's actually an ability for them to be able to some extent, know what to expect and are better able to protect themselves, because as a country, we're just not there yet. In being, not that we don't have the tools, we're just not there yet in terms of everything working together in a coordinated manner to ensure that people get justice, because it takes a very long time.
Yeah. Wow, that was heavy. I think my favorite thing you said today was that having access to just a smartphone can be transformative. And it is insane how true that is. It's just insane. So contributing to this conversation, I think a part of state actors that we've missed out so far would be the judiciary. So their role is supposed to be to interpret laws, right? And as you mentioned, there are several laws that have different imprints in them that could suggest something regarding violence online, right? So in these situations, before we get to the point of expanding our laws or adjusting them. It also means that when cases like this are taken to the judiciary, they interpret it in such a way that creates a precedent that allows for the protection of women, which brings us to the human factor, because in the end, a lot of these people, again, are people who were brought up with certain ideologies and belief systems, and these people could be the same people who are judging you and looking at you with the eyes of, why did you do what you did, Yusuf? So it's the conversation has so many layers, but I want to ask Mutoni at this point, while also telling Tech how to get ready for their session. What are the trends you've seen in Africa generally with regarding gender and human rights? Has there been any visible and encouraging progress made in this area? I asked this because it was something that I was asked at a meeting that I was at. It seemed that after conversations like this, a lot of people, perhaps with their eyes being more open to the conversation, were now discouraged as to how bad the situation is. Some people might not be able to relate; they didn't understand. Some people who are not as much on online, they don't have much of an online presence, didn't really get it. And I'm hoping that at this point, people do get it. Also, this would be the time for you to also prepare your questions if you have any, Zoom and in person. So the question again to you would be, what are the trends that you've seen in Africa with regarding gender and human rights? Is there anything encouraging that has happened?
Yeah.
Well, that is an encouraging smile.
I mean, we never, as human rights defenders, and especially as women and feminist actors, we don't take fatalistic perspectives. But I mean, as someone who's worked on this continent for a long time to advance women's rights, offline, as we call it today, I mean, a lot of progress have happened. I mean, I can say one of the things that we as a continent have is fantastic, well thought out women's rights frameworks that really help us and give us the language to use when we're advocating for various issues around women's rights. So I'll start with, the work that went into pushing for the African Union to adopt the Protocol on the Rights of Women, the Maputo Protocol. And if you look at that document, it is one of the most progressive, actually, women's rights instruments globally, not just only for the African continent. And that was the work of women's rights organizations in advocating and pushing for the changes they want. But most importantly, and I think this relates back to the question about what can we do in the digital age, the lesson learned there is that, women's rights organizations, in the same way that we feel that today platforms don't take our lived experiences on the continent, they also felt that laws were not taking their lived experiences on the continent, and they advocated for a legal instrument that addressed issues that African women specifically face. So I'm always inspired by that. So even when the progress is slow, I always remember that, this fight has been going on for a long time. The platforms or the places where we fight may change over time, whether it's online today, tomorrow, we don't know where it will be, maybe on space, we don't know. But the battle is the same, because as Buki rightly said, that we can't think about online equality without thinking about gender equality generally. And so we do have that language, and we have seen progress. So I would tell you, from the point of strategic litigation, today, if you look at the African continent and you start to look at how strategic litigation has been used to force the judiciary in a way, force the hand of the judiciary to interpret laws in a manner that reflects women's rights, that's a huge thing. For example, the African Commission has already produced 2 decisions around discrimination based on gender, which gives the judiciary, when we talk about precedents, it gives the judiciary language when you come to dealing with cases at the national level. And how can we start to think about legal solutions to the problems that we're seeing? How can we start to interpret the laws that we have, which may not necessarily be perfect, but give us an opportunity to actually develop new legal jurisprudence and thinking around, say, gender equality or in the digital age. So we do have that. I think one of the things we've seen as well, and I think this is not only in Africa, but globally, is the interest. In the last 2 years, we've seen, or 5 years, we've seen there is a big push and interest in supporting collection of data around women's access to the internet, but more specifically, women's experiences online. I think the lack of data has been really a big factor, because as advocates, when we go on to engage with governments, when we don't have the evidence base as they ask, it's very difficult to put together advocacy strategies or push governments to act. But today, thanks to groups like Policy or the Web Foundation and different organizations across the continent, we're starting to understand how gender is manifesting in the digital age in Africa. So this is progress. We should see that as progress. And as Buki said, also encourage this kind of data to be collected, whether it's across West Africa and in our individual countries, so that we also understand what is it we're actually asking governments to do, what influences government policy, right? So that they can create policies that actually address the particular challenges that a country is facing, or women in that country are facing, as opposed to one size fits all policy that tends to ignore those lived experiences. So I think that's already progress. The fact that we're having this conversation, I think is progress. But I think, I'm sure in individual countries, we're seeing different movements. I think I would say here, young feminist movements are really inspiring on the continent. One of the things that I have seen, the conversations online, but also the organizing. So for us in East Africa, I've seen how organizing online manifests offline. So it's not just talk on Twitter. But I'll give you an example. When South Africa was protesting against femicide, at the same time in Kenya and Uganda, we were having many cases of femicide. And the way they organized and shut down Johannesburg inspired young feminists in Uganda, also in Kenya, to also do the same, to organize collectively online and offline and go on the streets and protest and demand for government action when it came to femicide. Because femicide, as we are seeing with online bullying, we see a lot of justification. It's the same justifications. Oh, why was she there? Why did she go? It's the same social norms that are at play again. They're never different. So I think that's really a trend. When we look at Nigeria, we look at the SARS protests, as you've all mentioned. I mean, in Kenya, we are inspired by that, and that's because of the internet. We're able to see young people are coming together to protest police brutality. Yeah. But what is beautiful about it is that the protest is organized by feminists who, coordinating the action. So we are inspired. So I think that's a fantastic trend. So even as governments, when we come to tech, of course, policy is slow to catch up. Technology is changing every day, very rapidly. And laws are slow to catch up with the tech. But as the laws are catching up with the tech, I think it's on for us to support movements that are pushing for change. These movements are also holding these tech companies accountable. As you mentioned, Twitter, etc. It will be these movements that will push the changes that we want to see. So I think we need to really invest in that. So I'm going to stop there. And this is just really an anecdotal look at what's happening on the continent. Obviously, there are many things that are happening across the continent. And I think it's always important for us to always connect with each other and see how we are building our own societies and how we're dealing with the challenges that we're facing. So I think I will stop there, but I would like I think the most important thing, and I think I emphasize this because it's something as a Web Foundation we've been trying to do, is we need the data. We really need the data, right? To better understand. And I think we've started to do that. We work with countries to develop what we call gender scorecards, which enable us to understand how women are impacted, or the gender spectrum. Everyone is impacted by technology in a particular country. And those gender scorecards are what enables us to work with governments to start putting together a very multi-sectoral advocacy approach to change. And I think that's something that, if you go to our website, you'll see more information on, and something that we encourage others to do, like policies doing and whatnot. Because the more we have the data, the more we can really champion for the specific change, not general changes, but very specific changes we want to see for our communities.
Yeah, that's great. Interestingly, I just noticed that you have. All right. Okay. So as we begin to round off this conversation, it'll be, time for comments, questions. But before we get into that, I just wanted to say that one of the trends that we're definitely seeing around here, especially post Me Too, Arewa, Me Too, Church Too, and all of that is on some level, I think people are being more cautious with their behaviors, with their words, even if, sometimes it's what is being said would be jokingly. It's like, I don't want to say something that would offend you feminists. Let me not, can I touch you? Would this be, are you going to take me to Twitter? We see that a lot in our personal spaces with friends. And I think on some level that is encouraging, because even though some of them are not taking it seriously, some people are. And it's a message that is being passed. Someone's son is going to see that. And people are just going to know that there are certain behaviors that are just unacceptable. And people are beginning to know that, however slowly, however the backlash may come, the people who want to hold on to patriarchy FC, as Buki said, they're pushing back, but the change is slow and we are seeing it. So, at this point, we're only a few minutes to closing this session. I just want to know if there are any questions for the panelists, any comments? Does anyone want to contribute to this conversation before we close? No one? Oh, okay. Zoom team? There's a question on Zoom. Oh, in person. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, and thanks for having this conversation. I appreciate everyone who has spoken, to our speakers online and our speaker in person. Thanks for being here. It's not a question, it's a contribution. I want to say with all sensitivity that we have laws on ground that caters for any of these issues that we are discussing about today. As we're talking the other time, I just checked my laptop, I saw the Cyber Crimes Act. If I refer to sections 14, 17, and 18, this talks about cyber stalking, intimidation. It covers a lot of ground. So what we need is proper implementation of these laws. The laws are there. Nigeria doesn't suffer laws. They are good laws, but we look forward to implementation of this law. The Violence Against Person Prohibitions Act 2015, Section 14 also speaks volume. If we take these sections very well, and then if we have the actors play their roles in accordance to these laws, justice will be served. So we shouldn't be talking about inadequate of laws in Nigeria. We have them. What we just need is for these laws to be properly implemented. People shouldn't report rape, abuse, and all of these things and not get justice. Yes, we know that it takes time to arrive at the place we are going to, but then we have the laws on ground. We just need continuous training. The people who react to these things, the first responders to these things, we need to keep continuing to getting them equipped. The laws are there. Just my contribution. Thank you.
Okay, we thank you very much for that contribution. It's a very valuable contribution. We did talk about that a bit, but for want of time, I wouldn't get into it. There's a question on Zoom. It says, what's the place of teenage girls in internet governance? This is from Muhammad Al Munir. What's the place of teenage girls in internet governance? Buki, do you want to?
Thanks. That's a great question. I think teenage girls have a lot of roles. They have roles as creators in the kind of internet that we want to see. So because I think often when we think of creating tools and apps and platforms and, sharing ideas, often there's this idea of STEM and there not being enough girls. But I think in Nigeria, we're seeing a lot of girls who are really interested in tech and who are part of it. So I think, one big thing is that they're creators for that and contributors to the different policies that we need around ensuring access and guaranteeing access. I see them also as, basically challengers as well. I think, teenage girls, at least the ones that we work with, have managed to challenge our ideas, even around understanding better what it means to be a girl. In this current 21st century, and and even them tapping into their power and getting access to information and knowledge and building on the work that older feminists, which I would include myself in there, have done. So I think the role of teenage girls is endless and really quite critical and really quite important, especially looking at the African continent, in which over 60% of our population is under the age of 18. Same in Nigeria. So Africa is future and female right now. So it's theirs to take over.
Yeah, and I think this
also I wanted to add to
simplifying. Okay, go on.
I wanted to add to I'd seen the question earlier, and I wanted to add to what Buki had said. Teenagers, Gen Z, like we call them, you guys are a force to reckon with. I'm going to go back against the NTAS movement. You guys were literally our bone. You guys were our backbone. You guys were, the fuel that we needed to keep running. We cannot overemphasize how important it is for you guys to please air your opinions and to be very. And I love how Gen Z, like we call them, are very stubborn and adamant about what they want as regards, what they go through, as regards, all of everything that they go through and their, daily activities as girls, and because you guys bear the grunt of everything, so it's very important for you guys to be as vocal as you can be in your schools. And I'd seen there was a campaign in South Africa when teenage girls came out to actually protest against about boys being sexually abused by female teachers and even male teachers as well. So it's very important that every opportunity that you have in your school, in your, in your environment, in every gathering that you are, you guys have social clubs, in our days, we had, the Girl Scouts, we had Boy Scouts, we had Raiders Club, we had debate club. And I'm sure there's much more, even in this day and age. It's very important for you guys to get your voice. And thankfully, so we have you here asking us this question. You have access to the internet as much as you can, and as much as, as in every, situation that you find yourself, in every room that you find yourself in, when you have older people and, people that can influence decisions, it's very, very important that you get your voice. So we really need you. You are very important. And as a teenager, there's no better time than now to be very active in ensuring that laws and there's accountability across the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Olamide. I was just going to say, just simplifying. I also find it interesting that we're making generational differences, millennials, Gen Z. Okay. So I think I found that Gen Z are more likely to be on TikTok. And one of the videos I found very interesting from a creator recently was Smarter in Seconds. So in about 30 seconds, she gives out information on certain things. And it's pretty great to see. And, Smarter in Seconds. You like Buki said, we're looking at more creators in this space. You don't necessarily have to be the person with placards in front of every movement. The conversations are what spur us to change, right? So really just talking to people about it, the little spaces that you are is enough to make a change. Making certain content, creating content around social issues, that is all. It's all fantastic. So we're 1 minute to the end of this session. I don't know if there's another comment on Zoom. No? Okay. So before we close,
can I just,
is there?
Okay, yeah, can I just, I see there's a comment in French, and if
Okay,
I think
please.
I can respond to it. I think it's a colleague from Cameroon, I think. And I think the question is really about that even when we have laws and policies, whether they're international or regional, to the speaker, the participant, the main problem is that it doesn't have female leadership to push it. And I think that's something I want to challenge, because I think often we tend to blame women for not pushing forward policies on rights. But I think this is a misconception if we really think about how political power is distributed, so that if women are not able to participate in political processes and be able to be represented in decision-making bodies, how are they supposed then to make the decisions that are required? That's the first thing. But the second thing is that often, and we should never forget that the reason we have these international laws, even the national laws, is precisely because of feminist movements in those countries. So it's not that it comes from nowhere. And the last thing I really wanted to say was that I think this is something we don't often mention, and it's a question that you asked around the government needs to, as we're investing, it needs to invest in infrastructure.
We seem to have lost Matoni there.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Go for it.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So I think the last thing I wanted to say is that as we're thinking of what government, we're talking about laws, and I agree that there's a lot of conversation there, but I won't get into it. I think it's also important to understand how government invests resources. So how does the government invest in broadband? How does the government invest in infrastructure to make sure that those who are left out have actually access, especially young people, as we're talking about? How does the government, one of the pushes we're pushing for government to reduce the cost of broadband so that more people can afford to get online. We're still far away. Like I said, 20% across the continent is a very small number for women to be online. So I think there are funds that are available. For example, the Universal Services Access Funds, which are put together by telecoms, where government can, in changing policies, can actually dip in those funds to make sure that infrastructure and policies there in place to enable more and more people to have access, and especially targeting those who are the most excluded. So I think that's important, not only to think about just the legislation itself, but also think about government putting money.
We're losing you there again, but we have also spent our time. So at this point, if you could just, you can add it as a comment on Zoom, which will be fantastic. But it's time for us to close this session so that the next set of panelists can come on stage. I really want to say thank you. Thank you so much, Olamide, Mutoni, and Buki, for being here. It was a fantastic conversation. I've seen a lot of comments just praising the conversation that was had here. And I want everyone to remember that women have disproportionate access to the internet, and it's our role in our little spaces to make sure that things change. Women have disproportionate access to internet. They're disproportionately affected by violence online, and this affects us as an economy and a society. So really, thank you so much, so much for being here. Thank you for having this conversation with us. Thank you, contributors, for contributing. Thank you for listening. It was fantastic, and we hope to see you at the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll just go on a quick break on Zoom so that, we can set up here. Yeah. Take it away, IT.
everyone. Hello, everyone. Okay, so about now, we'll be having the next session by Tech RNG, and they'll be discussing access to technology for children in vulnerable groups. This session will be moderated by Grace Nata. Please, over to you.
Thank you for that introduction. Like she said, my name is Grace, and I am the Business Development and Partnerships Officer at TechHa NG, and I will be moderating this session. Thank you. Joining me today, just help me welcome Asmao Aliu on stage, and Simi Olushola. So Asmao is a software engineer for BBC True Andela, and she's also a software engineering team lead at Komana Market Limited. And owing to her years of experience in engineering, both abroad and in Nigeria, she founded Code Camp, an organization specifically focused on inclusive learning for children. On the other hand, Simi is a development sector expert and a project manager who is passionate about the growth and development of Nigeria and Africa. She works with various organizations and the government to ensure economic growth and improve governance in the country. So we're supposed to have a third panelist, but she can't join us today, unfortunately. She's currently under the weather. So I think we'll just move right into it. Can the media team just project the slide I shared? Just so we can do a brief introduction of what this session is about. Okay, I didn't get that. Okay, so just a brief about TechHa. This session is informed by our TechHa School Tour, an initiative of TechHa NG, and a project that was launched in the year 2019. So just very quickly, TechHa is a training, coaching, mentoring, and research social enterprise for women and girls. And basically, we just, our aim is to bridge the gap between gender and technology for women. And our main strand of work revolves around community, tech for governance, and digital literacy. Education is a major cornerstone of our digital literacy pillar. And so it has informed our engagements with students in hard to reach communities and local education authority schools in the FCT. So like I said earlier, in 2019, we launched our school tour project, and we began with schools in the FCT. Right now, we've extended that to other schools, tertiary institutions outside of the FCT. But then these schools were approved by the FCT and to reach hundreds of students in 6 schools in Abuja. And our modules included the introduction to technology, basic online safety essentials, and careers in technology. So, but then you would ask, or you'd want to ask, why a school tour? According to ISC, global IT security skills shortages surpassed 4 million in 2019. That is even before the pandemic. That is up to 2.93 million, an increase of 2.93 million from 2018. According to experts, more than 50% of today's job require at least basic skills and this would increase by at least 77% in 10 years. The National Bureau of Statistics says that 22% of women make up the total number of engineering and tech graduates annually in Nigeria. I don't think that is a representative figure, but then, and also it fulfills our digital literacy mandate, providing women with marketable skills upon graduation. And so this is these are some pictures from our school tour project. You can see that the children are with playing cards, and this happened, or we brought this initiative came up because most of these schools that we engaged did not have access to technology, did not have access to power supply, and so there was a need to just do something innovative. And so this approach just ensured that even while the students were learning something, learning valuable information about tech and tech-related matters, they were also, it just helped to gamify the whole process. That's another picture. Okay, so the outcome we got from this was that hundreds of students in the Federal Capital Territory were introduced to the basics of technology and a wide range of career opportunities and how to be safe online. And one poignant finding that we had was the fact that over the 400 children that were engaged, we found that only 10% of them had access to technology. And so this meant that their knowledge of even the rudimentary technological principles were lacking. And so we also found that the introduction of playing cards created an avenue to spark curiosity and encourage learning among the students. But then why this conversation? Number one is to explore how the current lack of data privacy and protection laws will affect future users of the internet in Nigeria, to expound ways on improving access to tech for children, to broaden the conversation on internet freedom and digital rights in Africa, and then to highlight the current state and nature of internet freedom across Africa, as well as strategies and goals to improve it. So we'll just dive into the conversation. This is for you, Asmau. And again, thank you so much for joining us today. Considering your vast experience and interest alongside being a development expert and project manager, passionate about ICT, what groups would you describe as the most left behind at the moment, and by how much when it comes to internet access and usage?
Okay. So I think there's a lot of, I don't know if this is working.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's on. Okay. So basically, okay, it seems my mic wasn't working, but your question is around the groups that are left behind in access to technology. And I think in Nigeria specifically, children are the most left behind in access to technology. Globally, there's a lot of data around the countries that have low access to technology, and Africa, of course, is one of those countries. And I say, of course, because technology in itself, the use of technology itself in Africa is very low compared to other countries. And when it comes to children specifically, it's at an all-time low. And when we say children, we're talking about children between the ages of 7 and 17. These are the formative years that children are supposed to have access to information, have access to technology, have access to the information that would guide them on what they want to do and where they want to go in their lives. And in the past couple of years, we all know about the insurgency in Nigeria. And the northeastern part of Nigeria has been ravaged by insurgency. And the vulnerable groups in Maiduguri specifically are the most left behind in technology, and not just technology, in literacy skills in general, actually. So children in these groups, children in Maiduguri, northeastern Nigeria, are the most left behind when it comes to access to technology in the country.
All right, thank you so much. But then just to follow up to that, do you think that there is a gender disparity in these groups? Do you think there is a group or a particular gender that is more left behind than the other?
Absolutely.
When it comes to this? Okay.
And the women are, the girls, the young girls are the most left behind, because even in the reports done by the UNICEF, among the children that are left behind in access to technology, girls are especially behind because of some social structures, some gender roles that affect how they view the world, how the world sees them, and how the world allows them to interact with the opportunities that are around them.
All right, thank you so much. And just to add to that, I think that the COVID-19 pandemic came and it worsened the already terrible situation we have even as regards education and access to education. It's reported that as at the first quarter of this year, that report came out in March this year, we saw that over 10 million children in Nigeria are currently out of school. This is like a spike from, I think, about 3 million children were added to this number just in the space or within the space of 1 year. So that is something that is really, really terrible. So Simi, this is for you now. We all know that it is obvious and that the prevailing fraudulent use of data in Africa is linked to the absence of a blanket regulatory framework or blanket regulatory frameworks in Nigeria. So with Nigeria in Africa. So with Nigeria not exempt from these data breaches, what are the implications of these inadequate laws on women and young internet users in Nigeria?
So talking about just data insecurity, that it just means that we already, the previous panel, they talked a lot about cyberbullying and all of that. And there's also the fact that you don't know where your data will get to. In Nigeria, we've had such ridiculous data breaches from government institutions. I know that just last week, for some reason, I started receiving random emails from all sorts of services. So apparently my email address had been sold to someone or to a marketing company. And I was receiving emails from everywhere in the world, literally, and they're just spamming me with different ads. So when someone like me, I'm having those sort of issues, how do I convince the woman in Kaduna, the woman in Mina to get online? She doesn't even know how to navigate her way. And even if she manages to get online, and something like that happens to her, she's like, okay, she gets scared, like, and I know how conspiracy theories, they're chasing me, or somebody is following me, something was to happen. That definitely discourages her from continuing to be online. And this thing, and it's word of mouth. I doubt she'll have any friends that she will not tell, no, don't sign up for this thing, or don't do this thing, or don't put your phone here, or don't join this app or something. If you do, they'll start following you. Her kids will most likely never get online because of that. So it's just one vicious cycle that keeps happening. So when we don't have good data protection, or when these laws are not effected, it reduces it increases the barrier to entry. So people are much more reluctant to get online. And even when they do, the kind of things that they do online are restricted because they're scared that what's going to happen. They don't know where their data will go. They don't know who's going to see something, and everybody's worried about that.
All right, thank you so much. I think that this the lack of protection laws online is really, really detrimental, especially when it has to do with children. A lot of children will go online. A lot of children are going online right now without any form of guidance, without any form of protection, and it's really, really, really detrimental to these children. And so, what would you? This is for. This is for Asmao now. So we see that you have hands-on experience in delivering successful, strategic, and educational development projects. So we know that you founded an organization called Code Camp, and it is specifically focused on inclusive learning for children. So from your experience, how equipped would you say children and youth in Nigeria are to tackle the internet challenges of a post-pandemic world?
If I'm very honest, I'll say children are not equipped to handle the challenges of the internet world, especially because there isn't a lot of guidance, there isn't a lot of education, there isn't a lot of learning materials out there for them to use and know how to be safe. So based on my project in Maiduguri, where we were tasked with introducing young children, around 100 vulnerable children, to technology. One of the challenges we faced was, first of all, the access. They didn't have the access. And even if we do provide the access to them, how do we guarantee that they'll be safe? How do we guarantee that they will keep themselves safe? Because we can't monitor, like you introduce a child, you give the child a device, you connect them to the internet, and they will connect on their own. You cannot monitor what they do. So how do you ensure that they will be safe and they will put in place practices that would keep their information or keep them safe? So one of the things we did was we developed a manual, which is called the Digital Citizenship Manual. And what this manual does is it's literally introduces kids to technology. It teaches them how to be safe online. It teaches them what kind of sites they can and can't visit, how they can flag what information is true and what is not true, how they can talk to people around them. So what we did was we created this manual for the kids and also for their teachers, because it's one thing to teach the children, but it's another thing to teach people around them who also know how to keep the children that they're in charge of safe. So we developed this manual for the mentors as well, and we overtook some training with them, and we trained the mentors and we trained them on how they can keep the children safe, how they can make sure that the sites that they're having access to are actually moderated, they're safe, and they're not giving out information to strangers on the internet. So it's a comprehensive manual, but another thing we employed in the manual is making sure the content is very relatable. So we realize if you give kids a lot of information, knowing what to do with that information is also a problem for them. But if you break it down into digestible chunks, something you include comics, because we're talking about children between the ages of, I think the oldest in the school was maybe 15 years old. So we're talking about really, really young children, teenagers, and for them to digest this information, you need to make the content very relatable. And so we used examples from things in their surrounding. We used images of people that looked like them, so they know being on the internet, you are included, you are part of this change that's ongoing, you are part of the process, and you belong online too, and you also deserve to be kept safe on the internet.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I think one thing that stood out for me was the fact that you mentioned creating relatable content for these things. Like I said earlier, we had to design playing cards for these children because when you consider engagements in peri-urban areas and in areas that do not have access to power supply, there are some kind of initiatives that you have to bring in place. And I think it's just to center your design on the kind of people or the caliber of people that you are engaging. So that is really important, creating relatable content for these children in schools. So still for you, Asmao, so how do you think we can solve the problem of this limited access to technology for children in local or peri-urban areas, in rural areas?
Okay, I think this is a task for the government and the private sector as well, because there needs to be some cooperation between the two. So the government cannot do everything for us. We know that there's a lot to be done and there isn't a lot of resources to go around to get that done. So the private sector needs to work with the government to ensure that they provide access to these areas. So when we say access, we mean access to the technology that they would use to get online. That's devices, computers, tablets. They should have access to also the internet. When we were in Maiduguri, we realized we encountered a challenge actually that we couldn't get very good internet service that would actually connect the computers that were available. So even if you have the computers, you need to have the data, you need to have the internet, the ISPs, you need to cooperate with them to provide this internet service there. So the computers that you have provided can connect to the internet and they can be used for the purpose that they are installed for.
Okay, thank you so much, Asmal, for that. Everyone definitely has a role to play, individuals, civil society organizations, and very importantly, the government. And so this is for you, Simi. What are the active roles? What active roles can we realistically say that the government needs to play in addressing these challenges that we have mentioned today?
Well, I think she already talked about the two things that are in the purview of the government. So one is infrastructure. We have, so broadband penetration. Nigeria has a broadband strategy, but how far has that gone? What's infrastructure like? Our regulators seem to be more concerned about other things than actually delivering this infrastructure. So one, that would be the first thing during the pandemic. So the project that we run, Abokoders, where we train young women on software development, digital literacy. So during the pandemic, we had a 50 to 60% dropout rate. And it's just what it is, because we all think the next person, we all think we're on WhatsApp. So we moved the training from being, so our trainings are traditionally physical. We have academies. So we have in Mina, Kaduna, Abuja, and Abeokuta. So we moved the training online, and then we started having sessions on WhatsApp, Zoom, and all of that. And all of us seem to think in our head that everybody's on WhatsApp. But first, what is the internet penetration in Nigeria like? It's about 47 as at January this year. I think it had moved closer to 50%, but as of last year, it was like 47, 48%, which means literally one in two people in Nigeria are not connected to the internet. So it means that people don't have mobile smartphones. It means that they don't have access to the internet. So even those that probably have smartphones, like you said, in some locations, there's no internet access. And our target demographics are literally people like this. The women from low-income families, women who have never used computers before. So what happens when they can't get to the internet? So infrastructure, there's no internet. And aside that, the government really needs to make, so that's first, the infrastructure. We need to have internet available everywhere, literally. That's the minimum. We should have that people can at least connect with. And it has to be affordable. There's an affordability target. I should not be more than, I think, 10% or so of your monthly income to get, let me not see, but there's a target. So we need to have internet and it has to be affordable. Then goes to the second part of getting devices. Yeah, I said already, most people don't have smartphones because we're all in the city. You think, and we all have our plenty WhatsApp groups. We think everybody has a smartphone, but it's a lie. What's the government doing about making a much more enabling environment for locally produced devices? So I know several companies who started making smartphones, but are folded up in Nigeria because, well, Nigeria happened to them. So are we going to keep importing devices which come at prices that most people can't afford? And I'm talking your basic 20-something thousand naira phone. When somebody's entire income for a month is 20,000 naira and they have mouths to feed, how do you expect them to buy a 30K phone? How? It just won't happen. And we need to reach those people. So something needs to happen to how to the cost of devices. It needs to become more affordable to the people at the grassroots, people who are earning less than minimum wage, because really a lot of people are earning less than minimum wage. So there has to be an enabling environment on the side of the government. And all this one where policies are coming up today and they're blocking companies that are trying to do things, that needs to change. And then the third thing will now be actually getting the knowledge to the people. So also we do school tours as well. And every school, well, not every, 90% of the schools we've had to go to, we have to go there with our computers, because you go to the schools and there are no computers there. They don't even have a computer lab. And at this point, I'm not even talking about rural areas, because all our academies are situated in the state capital. So in Mina, in Niger, Mina, which is in Niger, in Kaduna, but you go to the schools and they don't even have a computer lab. They don't have a computer teacher. Like, so how are they supposed to learn about this? Why do we not have digital hubs in different local governments, in the wards, where people can go and learn about technology and learn access? So one organization carrying their laptop and bringing people along one day does not solve the problem. It only spots streets. And we can't just be treating one school at a time. We'll never get to the end. So the government needs to roll out digital literacy, knowledge, and access to all schools really in the country.
All right, thank you so much. I think one thing you mentioned there was the misconception that a lot of people already have access, or a lot of children already have access to digital devices. But the fact that we see a lot of children online doesn't mean, in fact, I think that's about 20 to 30% of the children. We still have a lot of other children, especially in peri-urban areas, who do not have this access yet to technology. And so it's really misleading to think that because a few of these people are already online, that every other person out there has access to technology. And like you rightly mentioned, it is almost impossible to teach these children technology, especially when they do not have access to just the basic things. For instance, power supply. You even mentioned going to the schools with your own computers. So what if there is no power to power your system, your laptop in there? So there are a lot of challenges when it comes to access to technology for children. I was at a forum or at a workshop some time ago, and I saw how students in the metropolis who attended local education secondary schools in Abuja were exposed to quite a number of tech skills, and not just the rudimentary tech skills. It was beyond what I even know. They were coding, they were creating robots, they were doing all sorts of things, and they were girls. And I was like, wow, so this is achievable. These things can be done. And I think that is something that we can also try to take to students in peri-urban areas, because the divide is wide, the gap is wide. When you see a student in some of these rural communities, it's really the difference is clear, especially when you try to, sorry?
They don't even have chairs.
They don't have chairs, they don't have tables. A lot of them learn, they sit on the floor. The condition of learning is terrible and disheartening. And I just hope that something will be done to salvage that soon, because I don't think any civil society organization can do that alone. So it's still, we're still calling on the government to just work on that. So I think I'll just move to, sorry, Asmao again. So we know that, sorry about that. So an unstable education system and poor internet penetration makes linking children and other vulnerable groups to internet access a huge ask. So what urgent and realistic steps do you need, or do we need to take to fix this?
Okay, so one of the steps I think we can take is there needs to be like public hotspots. And when we say public hotspots, we mean places that people can go to and have actually free access to technology, because there's research all over in countries where this has been implemented, and it's actually a proven way of getting people to be more connected to the internet. And the caveat there is, once we provide this access to hotspots, how do we guarantee the safety of people that are using this internet service to connect to the internet and share their information? How do you guarantee that their information is safe? And again, it goes back to the government, because once any organization, be it the government, be it the private sector, that's installing these hotspots, there needs to be regulations, there needs to be rules, there needs to be some governing body that ensures that whatever information that is shared through this hotspot, through these internet service providers, that this information that people share is safe, and that they're not accessing, like for young children, they're not accessing websites that they're not supposed to be accessing, meaning there needs to be a regulatory body that actually monitors the sites that people are visiting and actually block the sites that are harmful to children. So this is one of the ways. And another way that we can improve access to technology is through the ISPs. Actually, internet is very expensive in Nigeria. I know we think it's cheap here because we're in the city. It's very, very expensive. 500 naira, we think 500 naira will buy us like what, 500 MB of data, but someone in a rural area needs that 500 naira to feed a family. So which do you take? Do you pay for data with it, or do you eat food with it? So it's actually very expensive, and the NCC needs to come together and actually make sure that these ISPs bring down the cost of the internet, improve the service that they're providing. There needs to be something that actually makes the ISPs, there needs to be more competition. If there's more competition, the prices will come down, the service will get better. It's a shame that up till now in Nigeria, we're still not using fiber optics, because that's the only way that we can guarantee access to fast internet. And nothing is being done about it. There's NITDA, there's NCC, and these are bodies that were created specifically to regulate the internet access, to regulate the technological access of the country. But unfortunately, we're still where we are.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much for that. I quite agree with you on that. Also, something else I think that can be done, and I think maybe quite easy to do, is, and it's because I've seen this done somewhere before, is organizing like camps for students. Yeah, because we see that they do not have access. And so while we are trying to fight for power, just power to be in their localities or in their communities, it could be helpful to just have could be summer camps where these children just come together to learn something about technology, because it's quite unfortunate, really. So Simi, would you also like to jump on that? And we just want to hear your thoughts on that.
At this point, really, I'm quite pessimistic, or I don't have a lot of hope. No, really, and this is something I do day in, day out. I literally live and breathe this, trying to get children, young women to get access to technology. But it's a very frustrating task. It's very frustrating, just because the basic things are not there. And so I was just looking at the National Broadband Plan now. So by 2025, the Nigerian government wants to have 90% coverage in Nigeria. So 90% of Nigerians have, because right now we're like at 40-something%. So if let me just say 48 to be safe. I know it's not 50 yet. So we're at 48%, and that means they want to add in the next 4 years now, want to get to 90%. We had so this is the 2020 broadband plan. There was a broadband plan that we had in 2015, and nothing happened. And now there's a new one. So they want to have 25, the speed should be 25 Mbps in urban areas and 10 Mbps in rural areas. And the price of 1 gig should not be more than 390 naira, which is 1% of minimum wage. Yeah. And this is 2021. This year is, it's already sort of over. Once we pass the first quarter, I feel like the year is over. And we're still not seeing anything. The government is not committed to this. So the private sector is doing everything they can. Well, the private sector is trying. But when you look at things like right of way, those costs, they take up a huge chunk of what ISPs have to pay. So right away is how much a company will pay to the state government, for example, to lay their fiber to whatever. If they're going to do anything on government land, you're going to pay right away. So they will have to pay to lay their cables and all of that. And those costs range across the country. It's just very vast. Like some states have good, so in Lagos, some states have good, fair rates, but other states it's just outrageous, and it can take up to like 50% of the cost of setting up this thing. So what do you want them to do? I know that Edo State and Ogun State last year, they waived right of way for Main One and Facebook. And so they laid fiber cable in those states. But what's happened to the other state? We're supposed to harmonize it and get to 45 or 145, but till now, as far as I know, nothing has been done of that. So if we can't even achieve that, how are we going to get to that coverage of 2025? So I don't know. At this point, like I said, I'm running out of hope, to be honest. Yeah. And maybe because I see how much it affects the work we do day in, day out. Like how do we tell people, come online, and then when they come to us and then they go home and they absolutely can't access the internet. So they stay with us for 6 months, and then when they leave, they can't do anything with what they've learned because the government is failing them as well. So I feel like I've just said everything that is wrong. And there's no solution to propose here. We can only do what we can.
Mm-hmm.
You and I can still go out there and talk to children, to young girls, teach them what we know. But the bottom line, there's only so much slack we can pick up for the government. The government needs to step up and do their job.
Okay,
the
so
bulk of responsibility, I think, lies on the government. Like she said, there's really so much the private sector can do, and it's trying. But the government makes it increasingly hard to do the things that you need to do to actually provide the access. It makes it difficult on the private companies that are actually creating these summer boot camps and classes for kids. It makes it difficult for the ISP the internet service providers to actually improve the service because of the exorbitant costs and taxes. And it's just really crazy. It almost makes you think maybe the government doesn't want us to have access. Maybe they want us to stay in ignorance, and maybe that's the plan, because really there isn't anything encouraging coming out of it.
all right, thank you so much. So I think I'll just open this up to the participants. I don't know, does anyone have a question they would like to ask? A comment? Just anything? Okay.
Thanks. Okay. Thanks for touching on broadband. That sort of woke me up, even though I wasn't sleeping. And I get a sense, and I appreciate when Simi said, she's tired, and this is like, she's pessimistic, but we can't be, and I'll say why. We can't be because this is a journey that started years ago. You mentioned the earlier broadband plan of 2013. I was part of that group that put together that plan. As a much younger man, I was certain that I was serving my country at the highest level, putting together a plan that would be everything. Interesting enough, he also led me to resign from what would have been a follow-up committee because it became political. And at that point, I knew it was gone. It was a shame to see that the new broadband plan, then just before that came, there was an announcement that we had met the target, but of course we didn't meet the target because it was close to election time. But I think the beauty of this is that what we have today, we won't have it if we sort of didn't keep pushing. And I know this push comes from many areas. It comes from the private sector. There are people who are investing heavily, who are losing money, and they keep doing it because they know that, let's look, back into 20 years ago. 20 years ago, GSM, literally everybody believed you were wasting money if you were investing $25 million in buying the license in a country where, a leading politician literally said the poor can't afford phones. But 20 years later, right now we know what it feels like to be a telco in Nigeria. It means you literally have, made your money back, and now you've literally, become excited for that. So I think it's the same game that is playing right now. There's a role for the private sector, and many of them are playing the role, to be honest. There's a role for and there are two kinds of government now. There are those in government whose job is basically to make everything difficult, including, I don't want to say some things here, but there are people in government that, we're aware of who actually are moving against the tide to also get the work done. And I think those good guys on the inside need our encouragement. But apart from government and apart from the private sector, civil society and citizens, we also need to demand better. When the broadband plan was, being discussed, for example, not so many people gave comments. When there was a public call for consultations, people kept quiet. Now, the problem is that if we keep quiet, when the policy is being discussed, then we're literally saying we're not interested. And this is something that happens in politics. They say if people don't vote, then they have no right to complain. I don't subscribe to that. I'm a citizen, so I can complain at any point in time. But I think we need, instead of, of course, there's an option of giving up. That's always an option. But the other option is to make sure that we keep asking questions. You mentioned NITA, and I think that was a specific, point that you made. And we need to get more specific. Can someone then, NITA is not far from here. It's Gimbia Street, right? Is it Gimbia? I don't live in Abuja. So yeah, off Gimbia. Great. You can pay them a visit and ask questions. You can write to them. It's COVID time, so you probably don't want to visit. But we need to put these institutions under pressure. They host press conferences all the time, announcing that they're doing great things. But the reality is that we need to put pressure on them. And I'll close with this. As we speak, and we all know this, the USPF, Universal Services Provision Fund in Nigeria, is one of the largest slush funds because every year NCC collects money from telecom companies, about 1.5% profit after tax. That money goes into a pool, and that money is what is supposed to pay for access in rural areas and places where companies will not want to go. The question is, have we seen any impact from USPF? Maybe some computers donated, God bless your soul, but that's not the solution. Maybe some, dishes put up here and there and things like that. But I think as citizens, we need to ask more questions, because at the end of the day, there are institutions, there are resources that are supposed to get this job done. Because at the end of the day, if you look at what happened last year when there was the lockdown, how many children in Nigeria were able to continue with school during the lockdowns? I was just saying earlier that guess what? We were complaining about 10 million children out of school. When we count again, my bet is on being close to 15 million. And not only are kids out of school, during that period, some kids forgot everything they learned, and some other kids were busy learning. Many of us in this room, our kids were online, or our nieces and nephews were online, not only learning, but also picking up new skills, adaptability and things like that. So I think that it can be very frustrating. This is why a friend of mine says you cannot be a Nigerian and support a certain football club, because you will have heart attack. I didn't mention any names. You will have heart attack. So yes, it can be very frustrating, some of those things, but it's why we're here. Because at the end of the day, when you look at the fact that if these things work, if access works, then many of the kids that many of us are scared of some of these kids, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who will come to knock on your window and say, give me your phone, because we failed to give them opportunities. So I think if only for that, we can't give up. We need to continue to ask questions, and at the same time, do the things we can to demonstrate to government how these things should be done in case they're not doing it.
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful contribution. I think we have someone else.
Okay, and thank you very much, Asma Usimi, for being on the panel. I'm Joy Anthony from the Civil Society Action Coalition and Education for All. For Asma, where you talked about children in Maiduguri not accessing internet. And we know as at March 2018, the report for Universal Basic Education, there is this Universal Basic Education Fund that is being allocated to schools for provision of infrastructures. So for me, since you notice this as a result of your work, maybe you should be advocating for provision of some of these infrastructures, maybe digital equipment for children in such communities. At least they can channel some of these funds for that. They can provide internet, provide computers, provide, if it's possible, iPads for them, for children in such communities. And we also spoke about data, and we know before the National Personnel Audit, which was done by the Universal Basic Education Commission, the data from UNICEF is 10.5. But after in 2019, after the report of the National Personnel Audit, we got 13.2, which we have been using. And in 2020, the federal government came after the Federal Ministry of Education said the data had reduced to 6.9. And we all know that such data, we can't really say which is correct or which is currently the number of out of school in Nigeria. But what we all know is that there's need for NGOs to also be involved in ensuring that we check some of these data, especially looking at the children in out of school, whereby we talk about technology, provide technology in communities. During the COVID, some of us were involved in WhatsApp group for children in some of these communities and some of these states, whereby we have lessons online. We have, like I stay in Kaduna during those times, Kaduna State has online classes, but sometimes though in radios, sometimes in some of these communities don't even have NEPA or light for them to even watch the television or listen to radio where these lectures is being taught. But we looked at in some of these communities, recently we found out that in some of these communities, we have POS, which is mostly in so many places. So I'm also advocating that we can make digital equipment that can be given to communities or given to local government that they can use to teach children, because of insurgency, most children are at home. If this digital equipment are given to children or given to parents, they can use that to teach their children, because there's also a documentary in India whereby a lot of children learn through a device which looks like an ATM machine. This can also be provided in communities because they cannot access internet, but some of these digital items doesn't even use internet. It's something that is there, it's being programmed that children can just walk up there, maybe queue around it, they're just listening to it. So as we are seated down here, there's need for more advocacy, mostly maybe the way we work. A lot of us may be in the NGO space or in private sector. We can also support government by maybe in our little ways. If you have funds, we can provide some of these equipment in communities where we live or around our schools, where we know this can really help children access quality education, because it doesn't have to be in the classroom. We have gone past times of children even need to sit down in classroom. We can sit down at school, and our parents can just pick such device and teach us one-on-one. We have other ones that have gone to school, they are back home, maybe we are all in the house. We can use such devices to teach our children. So we can, as NGOs, as private sectors, as people working to make sure that we have quality education for our children, provide devices in any way we know, in any forms we know these devices can help. Even using our phones, we can create apps that will help children at home learn different skills and learn different skills that will help them develop and also be useful in the society. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Joy. Thank you. So we have someone over there.
Good morning. I'm Kongayere from Yaga, Africa. So in the course of the discussion, you mentioned how we have to protect private information. It's a good policy for children to be able to access information online, to have access to technology. But what steps do you suggest that we can take as citizens and as people who have, as private sector organizations, what steps do you think we can take towards protecting private information? Because there's also this belief that social media, that the internet is public, and there are now cases of people taking information of private people, of private entities, and putting it out there for other people to have access to, not even for positive reasons. So what steps do you think, or what measures do you think we can take towards protecting information of ourselves and also for children who would have access to this internet, to technology as a whole?
Okay, thank you so much for that. We still have a couple of hands raised, but then first of all, I think we should just let our panelists react to the comments that have already been made. And so just anyone can go.
So first into what generally we all can do here. So while I say that I'm frustrated, I'm stressed and all of that, unfortunately, I have coconut head here. So it means that I know myself, I'll keep doing these things here. But one thing I've come to realize is that those of us here, you and I, those of us in the middle class, a lot of responsibility on us, and we have to take up that responsibility. See, the woman on the street that is frying akara or that is roasting yam, she's not going to leave where she is and go to meet that office. She's not going to write a letter to her senator or something here. You and I are here today. The time we're spending here, it's no loss of income for us in a sense. Like, so we can afford to be here, and we're not worried that if I don't show up, or if I'm here, my children will not have food to eat the next day. We have that luxury of time that they don't have. We have luxury of access to information that they don't have. So it's up to us to actually step out, speak to your legislators. Yeah. What laws are they making? Go to NICDA, write to them, get involved with coalitions. So again, like he said, they actually put out a call for input into the broadband plan. I love people didn't speak out. But then I feel because most people do not know. So we knew because it's our space. Mm-hmm. So you probably get an email or someone, or you see a communique saying you're invited here. But the people on the street who are not in this space, they won't hear about it. So we have to take that step and extra. Unfortunately, it's on us. We're the ones that want a better life here. So it's on us. If it means that you need to join a coalition, if it means you need to find and maybe register for a newsletter that will give you that information. Mm-hmm. Just so you get access, you can be involved when it's time to make contributions or ask for some change. Just do it. Basically, you just need to do more than just sitting down here. We need to do that. And on the question about she asked about digital rights and safety for children. I really don't think I, as a person, I'm the best person to answer that, but you are in the best place for that to answer. I mean, Paradigm Initiative has been working on digital rights and Drift Bill here. So they're working on that. So I'm just not going to speak to that. There's a lot, there's a part of that bill has been dragged for so long, and there's a lot of story around that. It was the president refused to assent to it, all sort of things. And this is something that will have helped, or that will help all of us. But here we are. So that's something maybe you can all work on. Ask your legislators what's going on with that. I mean, when is it going to be presented again? Stuff like that. So yeah, that's it from me.
All right, thank you so much, Asmau.
Okay, I'll try to answer your question. I think one thing we can do to ensure the safety of young children online is, first of all, flood the internet with the right information, engage the right stakeholders, engage the people who are who are responsible for creating the right content, and have more good content than bad content on the internet. And another thing that we need to do is to ensure privacy is there needs to be some legal framework that actually holds institutions, websites, tech companies, ISPs responsible. They actually have to be aware that there has to be some form of there's consequences to leaking people's data. There's consequences to not protecting the data of the people who use your platform. There just has to be some legal framework to it. So that's one for your question. And for the lady that spoke about Quebec, well, that's the next step of our engagement. We went on ground, we saw what's missing, and what next is to engage the stakeholders, engage the organizations that actually have the funding, that can do something about it, to actually go to these locations, go to these schools, provide the resources. And since we are the people that create the content, we work together with them. Like we've been saying it here repeatedly. the government and the private sector need to work together. There must be coherence between the two parties. There's also the responsibility of the social citizens, and that's one thing I forgot to add to your question as well. We need to also give the right information. We need to create a community of self-aware citizens who are aware that this is what it means for you to have your data online. This is what it means for you to have the right to your privacy, actually, because people don't actually know that they have a right to privacy. As much as we think people know, people don't know actually. You can go on a platform, the platform encounters a breach, your information gets leaked, and you're like, well, there's nothing I can do. There's something you can do. That organization that runs the platform is supposed to be held responsible for safeguarding your information, and there must be consequences for they not upholding their own part of the bargain. So people need to be aware of their rights, demand their rights from the government, the ISPs, the providers of the service that they're using.
Thank you so much for that.
To add, I must still say, the laws are there again. We have the NDPR, the Nigerian NDPR, Nigerian Data Protection Regulation, which by NICTA. But the point still, is that how is it enforced? Even the government itself is the biggest flouter of that regulation. As an individual, I have data that I should currently in my possession that I should not have, and I'm putting the responsibility on myself on how do I manage this data. It's I can't even talk about the kind of data I did, but the fact that I could even get that, I got it mistakenly, but in cost of trying to do some other, in the work. But now I'm now wondering, how do I secure this information? But even if I try everything to secure it, that same information is in other people's hands, because I wasn't just the only person that got it. So the government, and it came from the government, So the government that gave. So if the government itself is the biggest flouter of that regulation, how are they going to prosecute people for doing it? So I guess it still comes up to us that it's your data. So if you want the protection, we have to fight for it. Ensure that if you're getting as well as spam email, and how did you get my mail? How did my number get here? Follow it up and first ensure that you get your data. If it involves prosecuting somebody, let's do it. I know it's hard, it's a long journey, but we have to fight for it. It's our right, it's our information, it's our data. We have the right for it to be private and for it to be protected.
All right, thank you so much, Simi. Very, very profound discussion. So we have, I think, one more comment before we wrap up, or before we begin to wrap up this session. So there's a lady over there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joyce from Ace Charity. I just have a comment to add to what the first and second speaker said. So while we were talking about taking internet technology to children in rural areas, I would like to also suggest that we should always consider low-tech digital technology that's affordable and cheaper. For instance, we want to take internet to children in Borno, in Adamawa, in Zamfara. If we give them these phones, what if it goes bad? Or what if there's no light to power them, or like there are other situations? So we should think of more sustainable ways to take technology to them. For instance, during the lockdown in 2020, we launched an initiative called ACE Radio School. We're teaching children via the radio, and we ensure that we provided radios that are very affordable, and also you can maintain them. So if there's no light, you can just buy a battery, maybe as low as 100 naira, as low as 200. Because if you say, oh, we want to give you phones, we want to give you high technology, what if they go bad? You might not be able to fix them, or you might not have power supply. So while we're trying to take technology everywhere, trying to include everybody, we should always try to make sure that they are cheap, they are affordable, and they can maintain them. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So anyone else? Okay, so I think that is it. Okay, so on low-tech content, I think we've talked about that already, and how that for our school tour project, we introduced playing cards, but then I think we are trying to ensure that things get better for everyone. It's not just enough to do theories all the time, rely on theories, tell them this is how it's done. I think it should get to a point where these students are also able to practice. And so that is where I think when Simi was talking about low-cost devices. So I think that's really important, having low-tech internet and low-tech content for them. But then, low-tech content, but it's also really important to have them own devices, or just to have them have access to devices that they can work on and practice with. And so I also brought up the issue of organizing camps where these students can just go during the summer to just and learn and just be better at tech. And so while we just look to round up now, I don't know, do we have any last words from our panelists?
Yeah. I think we've discussed everything we need to discuss. I don't have any last words, but to add to something you just said, it is very important to have low-tech devices that are affordable and maintainable. And like Simi said earlier, there are organizations that were actually, there were private companies that were building devices, but they had to pack up because, well, Nigeria happened to them.
Yeah.
So the government, of course, has to support these companies, and they have to support the organizations that are actually trying to do things for the country, because at the end of the day, we don't have any other home apart from Nigeria. So if we don't build it, really, we are in for the long run. So we are going to sit in it. And another point about content is developing low literacy content is actually very, very important. And that's one of the things we did in our project in Maiduguri. Apart from developing written digital citizenship manual, we actually developed a lot of content in form of animations, because we found the kids were actually more interested in watching the videos than reading the manuals that we gave them. So all of our lectures that were around computer technology, all of them were based on animations, and these animations were drawn and animated using people that look like us, because we cannot import white people and give to our kids in Maiduguri. They're not going to relate to it. They need to see people that look like them, that sound like them. And that's one of the things we did.
Yeah, creating relatable content is really important. I agree with you. Simi?
So just speaking again to the low-tech concept, I mean, it's very good, but it's only an interim solution. We can't stop that. It's not the final step. We're just doing it to stop a gap that exists here. So, I mean, if there's one thing everyone should take out of here, this one thing is, she said we don't have another country, but some people would disagree with that. Some people say the original country is Canada. But the majority of us are still going to be here.
Yeah.
So we do have to take some responsibility if we want life to be really good for all of us. So if there's one thing you're going to take out of it, like just do something, just go beyond the usual that you've been doing. Yeah, do some research. Just get on. Like, for example, how many of us knew about the broadband plan today? Even if you knew, the people around you, did they know about the broadband plan? How can you monitor it? How can you speak with for Abuja, we have councils. Can you walk up to the office of your council chair and ask, this ward, why, can we work about building something? The funds are there. So you talked about the USPF. Yeah, the funds exist. The funds are there, but the other people are just not using it well. I know AMAC is working on some projects. Can we get involved in our other states? Let's speak with our local government chairs. I mean, let's even start from those very basics here. So find out let's find out the provisions of the law or of that government has already made, and let's use those as tools to put some pressure on our government and say, do this. And it can be small things. Just set up a tech kiosk. Like she said, she was talking about the thing in India. Just put some pressure on them to do that. So for me, there's one thing everyone should take out of here. Just do something more, do some research, find out, join coalitions, subscribe, like I said, subscribe to newsletters that will give you information of what's going on in technology in Nigeria with respect to regulation or the new technology that's coming out in Nigeria. But just let's do something for us. And he's like he said, if we don't, they're going to come up to us one day. You're parked in your lovely car, you stop at the street lights, but normally probably knock on your window and ask you, give me your phone, give me your bag. These are the people who end up. So even if you don't want to do it for them, do it for yourself, for your safety, and for the growth of all of us eventually.
All right, thank you so much, Simi. Thank you so much, Asmao. I think we've come to the end of our session. Thank you so much, our audience. Really profound discussion we've had today, and I just hope that we continue or we take this conversation forward. We see that there is a gap, and we see that a lot still needs to be done when it comes to access to technology, when it comes to knowledge gaps, especially between people in urban areas and people in peri-urban areas. Even within ourselves here, I'm sure there were quite a few new things we learned today, like the broadband thing. But then, so I think it's that time to just improve ourselves, just seek to learn new things about technology, about access. And also, I think it's also time to begin to hold ourselves accountable and hold the government accountable too for basic infrastructures that needs to be provided in these schools. So thank you so much, and have a good day. All right.
Okay, it's fine. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Tekha, and your wonderful panelists. So we would be proceeding to have breakfast now. So we can just, if we can just go in an orderly manner for our tea break. So while tea break is going on, IT department would just take over our screens and make sure we really enjoy our break. So we would resume soon to, what's the next session? Okay. I'm not certain, so I wouldn't say. We'll be resuming in about 30 minutes. So we'll just go on a break now. Thank you.
breaking news. Protests are breaking out in parts of the city over the government shutting down the internet during the recent elections. Human rights organizations are asking for the UN intervention into a clear abuse of human rights.
Good morning. I have a letter. I'm supposed to see.
Please have your seat. Someone will be with you in a minute.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Mondays are the absolute worst. I am sorry I have kept you waiting.
It's fine, sir.
James?
Jude.
Jude, yes, Jude. You're welcome. You can call me Rogers. Come with me. I saw that you scored quite high at your test. Very impressive.
Thank you very much, sir.
But don't think you've bagged it just yet. This chart of ours is the last evaluation before a hire. Okay, here we are. Yep. Hey. So, Jude, did you read up about the position?
Well, sir, to be honest, I couldn't really find a lot of information about Office online. I know the role is for a high-performance project manager, but
Jude, you applied for a job, but you do not know what the company does? What kind of professional are you?
No, sir. No, I'm talking in terms of the operational.
Relax. I'm just messing with you. We're into security across Africa. Of course, you are not going to find information about us in some random search on the internet. You should have seen the look on your face. Come, let's go. I used to work in admin a long time ago, but then I found more satisfaction in recruitment. Come, we're almost there. Today, I am here to show you the 4 departments you could be working with. The teams that drive them. You think you can handle that?
Oh, absolutely, sir, I can.
These guys do effective work at monitoring and scrubbing communications across the continent. And these guys live in anticipation every day. Rukewe, Habib, and Lady Rose. Jude.
Hey.
One of the biggest factors in security is learning to anticipate smaller problems before they become bigger problems. They've made particularly significant inroads in Rwanda.
Rwanda?
Of course. Thanks to government helping with legislation that gives them a free rein. But we both know that law or no law, these guys could easily hack any communication in that country. Sorry? Not the friendliest bunch in the building. But, like I always say, data makes one dull. Hello. These three gentlemen are Gregory, Negasi, and Mensa. Do you know the biggest threat to a nation's peace?
No, sir.
The biggest threat is the internet, an intoxicating place where people perpetuate misinformation and promote chaos. It's a place where order falls flat in 140 characters.
Amen.
So they monitor the internet?
Monitor? They do better than that. They shut it down. This core team handles blackouts and shutdowns of networks across Africa. Did you see Ethiopia? Legacy did that. And due to his work in that region, we were able to operate without reports of our work on ground leaking out to the fake news sites. We're putting a special package of this service together for our clients in Nigeria.
Hey, your phone is ringing.
I'm so sorry, sir. It's my mom. I'll just...
No, why? Go ahead, answer your call. It's fine. It's fine.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
You have found the place,
Yeah, yes, ma. No, ma. I'm gonna have trouble finding it.
How is their office? Are they serious people? Don't worry, my son. Follow your heart.
Mom, can I call you back later, please?
I know you, huh? You will make the right decision.
All right.
Jude, I think we can take a pause in the tour for a minute. Let's go have lunch. Come, let's go. Come.
Sir? I've been wanting to ask you a few questions about this office. People must know what you do here, right? All over Africa. You say you're in countries, right? So how come no one is saying anything?
Pass me your phone. You have Twitter, right? Can I use your phone for a minute? How many retweets does this have?
350,000.
Now let me find that idiot that's always insulting the president. And how many does this one have? 1 retreat, sir. Eat your food, Jude, my friend. Nobody cares. Eat your food. Jude, the only time the office would be worried is if all these countries where we operate in actually come together to compare notes and talk. But this is Africa. We both know that will never happen. Come with me. Now, if we're talking sheer numbers and scale, this is my favorite department. Egypt, 2019. Remember Abd al-Fattah? Wouldn't keep his mouth shut, so we acquired him. That's this, guys. Mary, Halima, Thomas, and Thomas. Don't mix them up. Jude, if you need a problem or problems to disappear, these are the guys to talk to. They deploy their contacts across Africa so effectively. Jude? Jude, shall we? Come on. Jude, you know, when the company pays you well, it never stops harassing. Timesheets. Ready for the last room? So come on then, let's go. You want to hear something ironic? Terrorism has furthered our cause more than anything in the last few years. Now, governments can increase their budget in order to fund the operations they need. No questions asked.
Keeping citizens safe.
That's right. In Nigeria, the government invests heavily in this kind of equipment. Think of it as a build-up to bigger things to come. Jude, come. Well, that's it. That's our little operation. It's a thankless job, but we do it. Plus, I can tell you that we pay people well to keep them happy. I mean, benefits, bonuses, your insurance. I like you, Jude. I really do. You're young, smart, and you think deep, I can tell. You know, it's people like you we need to pass the baton to. You gave me a good vibe today, so I am going to give you an opportunity. But first, we have a little tradition around here. Think of it like go on. Gaining information under pressure against a ticking clock has always been a true test of grit and a willingness to improvise. There is an office bet on how fast you can get a series of names from our friend in there. Now, the office record is 7 minutes, but I put my money on you to split that in half. Was I wrong? Was I wrong? No, sir. I can do it.
If we can just start to settle down so we can get set. There are chairs in front, you guys. We can move forward. So we're getting set for our next panel, which is with the Premium Times Center for Investigative Journalism. Yeah. Our panelists can begin to get on stage.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Please, can we begin to take our seats? I think tea break is over now, so. Or perhaps we want to take tea while we start this session. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adenike Aloba. I am with the Premium Times Center for Investigative Journalism, PTCIJ, as we're called, is anchoring, hosting this session, and we're going to be having a conversation about new threats to press freedom, I'm just going to give everyone a minute to sort of get together, get used to my voice, and then, Thank you. Okay, so this session is going to be considering new threats to press freedom. And like I said before, it is anchored by the Premium Times Center for Investigative Journalism. Why are we having a conversation about new threats to press freedom? The challenges of press freedom has always been, from military junta to successive democratic regimes, we have always had threats to press freedom. The nature and the nature of the challenge to press freedom is what constantly evolves. So if you're wondering why new threats to press freedom, because hey, there's always limitation to press freedom. It's because the nature of the challenge to press freedom constantly evolves. We've gone from the era of parcel bombs, of targeted executions, of imprisonment, to the era of punitive legislation, to punitive laws. And I mean, we all know some of these laws. The social media bill is one such law. We've seen sort of a collusion with the court to give unconstitutional interpretation to the law. But we've gone from era to era, from regimes to regimes, and the nature of the limitations to press freedom has consistently evolved and changed. The changing nature of this threat to press freedom, it requires proactive strategization. It requires proactive thinking, proactive action, so that we're always ready with a response, so to speak. And that's why we're here having this conversation today. I am not the one who is going to be speaking, so maybe don't get so used to my voice because I'm going to be leaving here soon. My responsibility is to welcome you all to this session. To everyone joining us online, thank you for joining in, and I trust that just as we've been having all morning, we're going to have a productive session. I'm going to be bringing up our panelists this afternoon, and I mean, I'm looking forward to the conversation that we'll be having this afternoon. The moderator of this session is Dapo Oloriyomi. Dapo Oloriyomi is currently the publisher of Nigeria's leading investigative news platform, Premium Times. Prior to this, he served as Pioneer Policy Director and Chief of Staff at Nigeria's leading anti-corruption agency, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. His work as editor during the years of military dictatorship in Nigeria earned him the 1995 International Editor of the Year Award of the World Press Review, the 1996 Penn Center Freedom to Write Award, and the Press Freedom Award 1996 of the National Association of Black Journalism, New York. In 2017, the Nigeria Union of Journalists awarded him its Press Freedom Award that same year. That same year, the Nigeria Institute of Journalism, NIJ, conferred him a fellowship award, and the Diamond Awards for Media Excellence announced him as the recipient of its Lifetime Award. The Committee to Protect Journalists, CPJ, has also announced him as co-recipient of the 2020 International Human Rights Award. He is currently on the board of the African Regional Fact-Checking Organization, Africa Check. He's on the board of the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, ICIJ, of Panos Institute for West Africa, POI, and the International Fact Checkers Network, IFCN. In 1995, he founded the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism. 10 years later, he co-founded the first investigative journalism newsroom in Nigeria, that's Premium Times. And in 2014, West Africa's first Journalism Innovation and Development Center, PTCIJ. He was educated at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria, the Washington College of Law, American University, Washington, D.C., and the University of Oxford in the UK. With a very warm welcome, can we receive our moderator, Dapo Oloriyomi. Thank you, sir, for being here with us this afternoon. Joining him on the panel this morning is Mr. Lanre Arogundade. Lanre Arogundade is the Executive Director of International Press Center, IPC, a Lagos, Nigeria-based media resource center supporting media to promote democracy and development. He is the editor-in-chief of its online news portal and media resource, Nigerian Democratic Report. Author of Media and Elections, The Professional Responsibilities of Journalists, and Fela, Yesterday's Message as Today's Reality. He has worked in newsrooms as reporter and editor, Concord and Vanguard newspaper, VOA, Panos Radio, etc., and engages in research, media freedom and free expression advocacy, media training, investigative conflict, elections, etc., and editing of media resource books. He led the defense of press freedom against military attacks as chairman, Lagos State Council of Nigeria Union of Journalists from 1995 to 1999, during which period the council published the authoritative book, Journalism in Nigeria, Issues and Perspectives. He has received Press Freedom Awards from Nigeria Union of Journalists in 2018 and West African Journalists Association in 1997. He has a first degree in psychology, University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, and master's degree in peace and conflict studies, University of Ibadan. He attended a course in investigative journalism at the European Journalism Center, Maastricht, Netherlands, and is a member of the Nigeria Guild of Editors and Investigative Reporters and Editors. He is a member of Nigeria Guild of Editors and Investigative Reporters and Editors. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Lanre Arogundade. Yes. Thank you, sir. The next panelist is Ms. Osai Ojigo. She is a lawyer, gender equality advocate, and human rights expert with a special interest in the human rights system. Currently the current director of Amnesty International Nigeria. Prior to joining Amnesty program, she was the coalition coordinator for the State of the Union Coalition, a human rights observer to the African Union mission to Mali and the Sahel, and the deputy executive director of Alliances for Africa. She is well-traveled and widely published, contributing to various publications, including the Commonwealth Law Journal, the AU Echo, newsletter of the African Union Commission, This Day newspapers, the East African and Agenda. She is a member of the Association of Women in Development, AWID, the West African Women Elections Observation, WEWEL team, the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, and a life member of the Pan-African Lawyers Union, PALU. She is also a consulting editor with Open Global Rights and a mentor to Mandela Washington Fellows. She sits on the Global Advisory Council of Institute for African Women in Law. She holds a law degree from the University of Lagos, Nigeria, and a master's in law degree from the University of Wolverhampton, UK. Please give a warm welcome to Osai Ojigo. Joining finally, the last panelist, I'll be joining this esteemed team that is on the stage with me, Gloria Mabiam Balasin. Gloria Mabiam Balasin is a lawyer, the CEO, House of Justice, principal partner, Miva Legals, Balasin Chambers, and the executive director of the Mulun Medical Legal Center located in Kaduna State, Nigeria. For over 13 years, she has maintained a law and society column in the national dailies and is a resource lecturer at the Nigeria Defense Academy and the Kaduna State University, where she lectures in the postgraduate school. Balasin holds a master's in law, master's in international affairs and strategic studies, and a third master's in law enforcement and criminal studies. She's a recipient of several national and international awards, including the Global Crans Montana Award, an award received from the hands of Reverend J.C. Jackson and His Excellency Mustafa Siselo for civil rights work. Balasin is also a Mandela Washington Fellow. With a warm welcome, please receive Ms. Gloria Balasin this morning. Afternoon. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. But can we then receive all of them with a warmer welcome? A warmer one. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, I am going to take myself and my voice away and hand you over to the moderator of the session, Mr. Dapo Oloriyomi. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon, friends of Press Freedom, and definitely friends of the Paradigm Initiative. I join the moderator in welcoming you and also welcoming this team of champions who are our panelists today. As you already heard from our compare, we're trying to discuss the whole question of new threats against press freedom. I think And I'm not trying to preempt these great minds in the whole body theory and the practice of freedom in Nigeria. But I think just to make one or two very quick points, often we look at what the press does, what media does, and it is possible to abstract it. I think journalists themselves are extremely guilty of this when they locate their practice, the work that they do in very abstract frameworks. I'm hoping that panelists will correctly help situate the work that the media does, the press does, in the context of very concrete realities of democracy building. And once we see it in that sense, the importance of press freedom takes totally new flights, new meaning. That and one of my own favorite commentators often puts it the way that I love when he says that democracy deteriorates to the extent that journalism deteriorates, meaning that journalism is so consequential to the project of building democracy that anytime you see glitches in democratic development, it is also a reflection of how poorly the media is doing its job. The context between democracy and development, of course, in a sense, are also like Siamese twins, two sides of a coin. If you want to build a healthy democracy that's accountable, that's transparent, you must have an institution that's able to provide that. Section 22 of our Constitution gives some sense of meaning to that when it invests the media with the responsibility of accountability of the whole process. But also, if we want development, we really need an institution that will help mobilize citizens for the purpose of something so important as this. I imagine that's why we therefore talk and give meaning and value to the challenge of press freedom. Traditionally, we've always narrowly looked at press freedom. We look at it first by the case of pluralism. We look at it either in terms of independence of the media itself. We look at it in terms of very abstract media freedom through legislations and things like that. Or indeed, as we have now seen, whether there are new regimes of safety that the media practitioners themselves must enjoy if they are going to be able to do that work. So our panelists here today are going to look at this broad, if you like, quadrangular framework of how traditionally we've looked at press freedom. But the challenge before them is to see how, against that background, we now have new versions of threats that constrains press freedom, and therefore make the whole task, the whole challenge of democracy building, and therefore of development in our country, a very difficult task. Larry and I have come a long way as students at IFE, where he was, of course, the president of the Students' Union, and he took his own toil on all of us. So now that I have a little higher chair than him, I'm going to depress him. And I would first like to call, of course, the very, very able Osai Ojigo, who's done incredible work. Anybody who's seen the work that Amnesty International has done in Nigeria, the sheer courage of confronting this very, almost a behemoth state, which is so intemperate, so totally, sometimes really just out of hinge, and to see that it's someone as, you know, as you know, Israel as Osai, that is, so we'd like to thank her for her work, of course, for her courage to do that. But besides that, you also know that with regards to issues of media, freedom of expression and of the media. Amnesty International Nigeria chapter in particular has been very front and center. And so we'd like to first welcome her and ask her to help us look at what are those new threats that she sees and what do we need to do and relate it to the democracy project in Nigeria. Osai.
Thank you very much. And I have a heavy task of setting the tone for this session. And I hope I would be able to do suitable justice to it. When we say new threats to press freedom, oftentimes we look at it from the enabling environment that the press have to work in. But we also need to look beyond that environment that the press work in to also the tools they use, as well as developments globally, and how this in one way or the other also impacts on the freedom of expression and the press in particular. The enabling environment for the press has always been quite challenging in, I don't even know whether to call Nigeria a developing economy or an emerging economy, but clearly in countries like ours that have a legacy of colonialism, there's always been that challenge. So it's either the press is challenging colonial structures and dealing with military rulers, or in our current dispensation with governors, federal agencies, the police, and several security agents in carrying out their task. So the enabling environment, first and foremost, is key to determining whether the press is free, whether the press has access to the resources it needs in order to carry out its work. I'll start first by saying that the press is the only profession that it's not only protected under the fundamental human rights in our constitution, but the very existence of freedom of expression as a human right, which we all enjoy, the press has the unique and sole responsibility to serve it. And therefore, we can't discuss freedom of expression without talking about the press and the fact that an attack on the press is an attack on all of us, because who then would carry the message that we want to share with the world? So the enabling environment has moved. We are now in a democracy. We are now observing civil relations in ways that we did not imagine 20 years ago. But the press is now faced with a legal regime that seeks to limit the space in which they can work. Prominent in the last 5 years has been the Cybercrime Act and the Terrorism Act. While these were created to target criminal elements, we have found in our work as Amnesty International that it's increasingly being used against journalists, bloggers, media practitioners, and those who seek the truth. In fact, the label of press is stripped from journalists when these charges are brought under these laws. And the idea is to ensure that the protection which journalists and media practitioners have under the Constitution, under Nigerian law and international human rights law are not available to them. This means that the press has to adapt in different ways in how it carries out its tasks and also how it responds to the threats by the legal regime that is being used against them and is staked against them. Furthermore, we have a situation where the judicial system is now being used as a tool of oppression against the press. Cases that are brought are delayed. Prosecutors cannot be found when cases are called, which means that this drags for months, years. And even when they are not diligently prosecuting these cases, they are adjourned severally. So you find that rather than focusing on the work at hand, the press is spending time and money with lawyers in the courtrooms to defend individual press men and women that are facing these trials. And even though we all know that many of these are trumped up charges, they still go through the process. This can be discouraging. This can lead to despair, disappointment, even in fact, the kind of support they get from their colleagues, from press houses, and from the community. After the sensation of the initial arrests, people move on, and you are left to deal with the cases all by yourself. This has led to some initiatives with groups setting up legal defense funds for press, but also providing security awareness training and an ability to analyze the laws that are being used against them. In our studies and investigations, one of the things that are prominent is the demonization of the press. Because if you are labeled as a criminal, then it's unlikely that you will get popular support for whatever cause you're doing. I'll use the case of Abba Jalingo, for example. He brought a situation of corruption that was happening in Cross River State. But rather than looking at the allegations that were raised in his report, he was accused of blackmailing, of undermining the powers in Cross River State, and even sued for beyond terrorism for trying to overthrow the government, which really distracts from the situation at hand. And despite campaigns, despite calls for his release, they refused. And when we tried to locate where he was placed, the police said it's not our responsibility, it's Cross River State government. You ask Cross River State government, they said it's not us, maybe it's DSS. You ask DSS, nobody knows where he is. Eventually, when he was found, and eventually he was prosecuted, it became difficult to know who actually was leading on this issue because he had committed a federal crime against a state government. So how does a media person focus on the task at hand if he or she has to be battling with legal loopholes, with challenges of getting news, with improving on reporting on cases as it happens? The other issue is in terms of reporting issues that are sensitive to the government. Over time, access to journalists has been limited to those who favor certain stories. And we find that even within media practitioners, investigative journalists are most at risk because they go for those stories that nobody wants to hear. They deal with dangerous situations. But then, how are press houses ready to protect, to provide for them? And this leads now to the economic facilities that exist. One of the complaints we hear repeatedly from media practitioners when we engage with them is the fact that they don't have insurance, they are not able to provide specific living conditions for themselves and their family. They feel under pressure a lot to go for missions that are profitable. So nobody is going to cover a story that is not going to cover their transportation, it's not going to cover their immediate needs. And so it begs, it actually then really limits what stories they can cover. And it leads to a lot of media practitioners branching into other areas like PR and the likes. Finally, I would raise the issue about the digital space. The digital space is both an opportunity and a challenge. For many journalists, using social media and the online space has led to them learning new skills, which are not often readily available to them. Some have lost out on opportunities because they're not able to engage in the digital space or to provide certain security measures, because the security you provide for yourself in a physical space is different from the one you provide in a digital space. And that is why mechanisms and institutions which provide digital literacy for journalists is now key if they are able to succeed and they are able to protect themselves from online threats. A lot of this is happening in more developed countries, but we are increasingly seeing that spying, surveillance is being used against those that are considered enemies of the state. And I can assure you that the press, a press man or woman who is seeking the news and seeking the truth will always be on the watch list of those who are determined to make sure you and I don't have that information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think you guys can see the kind of quality that we're talking about. Sai has helped us move with all the landscape of those four structures, as we said, that give meaning to what we generally call press freedom. Okay. One, of course, she's spoken about the enabling environment, which is generally the area where we talk about media freedom. She's spoken about the digital space and how that also impacts on the safety of practitioners. I like particularly the question that she also raised about the economic backdrop around how journalists do their job and the access, which is very important if you're ever going to be able to do truthful journalism, which has impact on democracy and so on. Something that's always overlooked is the whole process of lawmaking. And she spoke about some of the two new laws that have been running around the place, the Cybercrime Act and the Anti-Terrorism Act. Two laws which presumably are meant for other forms of crime, but which interestingly have only, as far as we know till date, mostly been deployed against journalists. This is very interesting. These are some of those new threats, or rather they are old threats, but they are coming in new forms. And in other words, what Osa is telling us is that the old is transiting into the new in a way that we're certainly not making significant progress. And that really helps us to move to Gloria. Gloria, of course, you all know she's not only a top lawyer, but she's really in the whole battle about freedom for community. She's almost like a one-person army against the Kaduna state government, with regards to the rights of minorities and so on and so forth. So we're extremely grateful that she has a little hand injury, as you can see, but that's not going to in any way impair the quality of contribution we are going to get here. So we'd like to invite our good friend, Gloria Ballison, to take a bite on this topic.
Okay, thank you, Uncle D. And just to say that you have my persistent prayers for good health and my wish that all goes well with you. And thank you also the audience for joining us. I think that this conversation is very, very important. And I thought it was important to join in the conversation, not just from the point of view of engaging minds, but with the commitment of finding solutions to the problems that we have. And typically my own thing is I'm not much of a talker, I'm a doer. And so you would find that also in the submissions that I make. Now, if you try to check what the issues are in our country, you find that only last year that there were about 60 cases, 51 cases really, against 60 journalists. And we lost 3 journalists as a result. The traditional media, as we once knew it, and the new media almost do not have any area of demarcation anymore, because traditional medias are all moving to the new media to extend their reach and also to fit into what the trend is in the 21st century. But with that comes the challenges. And those are the issues that I want to speak with. For me, I am very concerned about one new threat, which is criminal propaganda by governments becoming official state policy. And I give you an example. Take Lai Mohammed as your Minister of Information. Take Garba Shehu. Take Loretta Onuchi. Those 3 people
frame what the official news is for your country. And so take examples of the kind of stuff that they put out. Lai Mohammed will say to you over and over again that the fight against Boko Haram is technically over, and he would repeat it, while our troops who are on the ground will say, well, we are losing ground in such and such a place. Think about those who are the primary recipient or the primary victims of this kind of misinformation. Of course, it's the people, you know. So you see that play out every now and again. Or you take Garba Shehu. Garba Shehu would come and condemn Bishop Kuka and say, oh, what he has said is capable of inciting violence, and he provides for you how that violence will take place, much more like telling the people this is how to go about it. Meanwhile, there are people who are directly threatening the person who is saying, look, our country is not going right. So actually what you have is that those who are doing right become the criminals, and those who are doing wrong become the saints. It may look good for the politicians who are involved, but you see, if you understand that governance is a revolving door, it will work. It may work for you today, but when the door turns around tomorrow, you may be at the receiving end. You see the point? And I have also had real problems with the issues in Southern Kaduna, like Garba Shehu saying the killings that are happening there are reprisals. Assuming it is, not conceding, are you saying now that when it is reprisal, that the state folds his hands and watches it? So by just that statement, you have created a situation where crime is accepted. And I don't know if they understand the far-reaching effect of everything that they say, but these are the kind of threats that we have. So it's not just threat of stories, it's threats that translate into threats of life. So we go to Loretta. It's almost like, oh, senior special advisor on social media. There is not a single person who doesn't know what her official handle is. But the part that shocked the nation was when the president decided that this person who is not just partisan, but who pulls the triggers on anyone that seems not to accept what the government is doing, is now recommended as someone to go into the Independent National Electoral Commission. I don't know if that bothers you, but I like to quote what a writer wrote, Raymond Nkanebe, and I don't know Raymond, but what he wrote resonates with me and I like to read. He wrote for the Cable. He says, at any other time, it would have been taken as good humor, but for a president that has perfected the art of acting unconstitutionally and sometimes outrightly insensitive, particularly with appointments, the nomination of one of the most rabid attack dogs of Muhammadu Buhari on social media as a national commissioner of no less an institution than the Independent National Electoral Commission fits into a scurrilous pattern that is both confounding and unacceptable, especially at this time. And the reason is not hard to see. Principles matter. Principles matter. Whether it is for the investigative journalists, for the media houses, for the lawyers, for the courts, principles matter. And I can speak to you about what the court situation looks like, because that is my primary place of concern before I return to other issues. You would see certain actions in court and you'll be shocked to your marrow. It looks like when there is a certain individual, that person becomes the law. And I've seen this over and over again. I, as somebody whose primary work is the protection of activists in the social media space, in digital rights and all of that, gone all the way to the Supreme Court with the Audume Koris case. So this is not new to me. But as easy as it looks when people read the judgments, the realities on ground is not as easy. So you go to court and you will find that the courts are not even allowed to do what they exist to do. So if somebody's right has been violated outside and he comes to the court and the court violates those rights, that is double jeopardy. And you see, at the end of the day, what happens is that there is no balancing factor. So if it gets bad, we should at least be able to exclude the court as an accountability venue to say, well, whoever goes there is going to have a fair hearing. But that's not what we have. What we have is an absence of parity, of accountability, absence of parity, of even calling crime for what it is. Take my state governor. There is not a single time that, he comes on issues that is not, troubling. But when it is him, it's a different case. When it's another person, it becomes a crime. And you don't run it like that. When we go back to the issue of principles matter, 3 names come up for me in the media space. Luka Biniat, Samuel Ogundipe, Otto Sirieze, the young Obi. And my challenge to the media practitioners, the big guns is, have we counted the cost of what we are doing? Have we, and I'm not here, when I write, my issues around this are not hidden. But I am saying that given the climate that we have we counted the cost? My mind has bled over some journalists who have been thrown under the bus. And I wonder, as someone who is also someone who, I have a lot of people who work with me and I can understand the dynamics, but do we understand the far-reaching consequences when we do not protect our own, when we do not ensure that accountability is done the right way? Because when you talk about the threats to new threats to press freedom, one of it that has always been there, but which is especially pertinent at this point in time, is the murder of credible stories on the tables of media executives. What is the cost of a story? So you would have people who will work so hard and go and get a story, but then at the end of the day, you bring the story and you don't even know what happens, but you know that it doesn't end up on the table of the news. It may look good, or you're setting up investigative journalism or setting up documentaries to clean up for certain people, but do you understand that what you are doing is costing the life of someone who you may not ever know? What if you get caught in that same trap that you have set? So this for me is a human situation. Sometimes when we have conversations like this, and because this is an international conference, it is very easy to situate it in a global context. And there may be people who are watching this who will say, well, your situation may not be as bad as ours. But if you're in a country like Nigeria, where you have a minister of communications as someone who is at the very minimum an apologist of terrorism, where you have people not able to move from point A to B because insecurity is rife, where there are children who cannot go to school and their stories cannot be told with the same fervor and vigor that it is because there are people who are concerned. When you add this new threat, like the threat of killing stories on the tables and on the tables of media executives, you know that we are in trouble. So let me make the call, because I'm told that part of this is to find solution. First, we must count the cost. Second, for the court, whether you are a judge, whether you are a lawyer, we must look into the issues. Who, for instance, is still pursuing the story of how a motion expert removed the Chief Justice of Nigeria? Who is linking that story also to the fact that the person who removed the Chief Justice of Nigeria went to a place, beat up a guard, labeled it in such a way that it will become incendiary, and he's walking away with it? Who is linking those stories? Who is telling those stories? Who is also asking the question, look, with the situation that we have, how can we set an agenda, a positive agenda that can help to begin to repair the broken places and spaces in this country? Who is doing that? Because you see, money, we will never have enough of it. But we can be people of principles. And no country can grow without men and women of principles. So Nigeria is in need of good men and good women. My work now as a lecturer, I spend it trying to even teach students that there is a right and there is a wrong. And I want to end up by saying that in the media space, there is a right and there is a wrong. And we must count the cost and must be willing to pay that price if we're looking for solutions.
Thank you very much, Gloria. I think one thing that is very significant about her contribution is the fact that we can look at the external environment of media, but that the media itself within its own, if you like, underbelly can be a constraint to media freedom, and therefore regimes of freedom and liberties in the land, as well as democracy building in the society. I think she's also helped to shock us to some new awareness, or perhaps not new. Yeah, just remind us, if you have in an administration like this, without doubt, not even an administration like this, one of the greatest challenges facing the regimes of freedom and liberty in the world today is what is generally called fake news. But fake news, as we all know, it's a very imprecise way of understanding disinformation and misinformation. And largely that disinformation inhabits the terrain of the state. I think the point she makes is that we have three principal elements in the current administration that are, short of labeling people, become themselves drivers of disinformation and therefore enemies of democracy building. And then obviously the question of the complicity of the judiciary towards executive instincts is something that is also very significant, and that she has brought that to light. I welcome and I understand the point she makes about also the complicity of media itself in the whole attack of the whole democratic project, both by lack of professionalism and poor ethical conduct, and perhaps just because they are in bed with the instinct of regimes. Okay, so these are very significant points, and with that we'll transit to the man himself, who has he's been a journalist for so many years, had been an active fighter for freedom. He, of course, was also worked in the Union of Journalists as a kind of chairperson in Lagos at the point when Lagos journalism was synonymous with a new tradition. A lot of that, which I'm sure not too many Nigerian journalists feel proud about their union today. But the moment, that little episode where Lanre was a chairperson in Lagos, it was called, it was a new tendency that seemed to be emerging. And it was a promise, probably the best way to say it's unfulfilled at this point. But now, as the person, again, who is promoting media freedom through the institution of the International Press Center in Lagos, we'll be happy to welcome Larry's own contribution to the topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dapsy, and I want to thank the two panelists who spoke before me. I think they've made a lot of vital points about the new threats that we're facing in terms of press freedom or media freedom in Nigeria. And I think this discussion is coming up at a very significant period in the history of Africa, so to say. I know this is a predominantly young audience, and so I'm assuming that probably some of us were in primary school or even not yet born. In 1991, when press freedom activists, journalists from across the world are gathered in Windhoek, Namibia, to talk about the state of press freedom. Now that gathering produced a monumental document which talked about the need for a pluralistic and independent African media. And so this year, we're actually looking at the 30th anniversary of the Windhoek Declaration. That declaration was made around May, and what we celebrate as World Press Freedom Day, May 3rd, globally, was actually a product of that event that took place in Africa. So you could see that when it comes to issues of press freedom, is an age-long concern of everybody. And so when we're looking at new threats to press freedom, we can look at it in the context of that Windhoek Declaration that says the African media should be pluralistic and should be independent. Well, in the area of pluralism, we might say yes, because now we have a number of private media. The landscape has actually expanded tremendously to the extent that we have even the media operating in digital space now, online television, online radio, and so on and so forth. But if you look at it critically, you also discover that in some instances, the pluralism is not yet there. So in a country like Nigeria, the government still monopolizes the broadcast media. Many people may not know that broadcast media, as we speak, despite the existence of private television and radio, is still about 80% owned by government. In terms of the entities of this world, the FRCN, which used to transmit on shortwave, and in fact have now moved into FM. So in most states of the Federation, you have the FRCN now coming up as FM stations. In some states, they have up to 3. So you could see that government is very, very conscious. They know the power of the media, especially the broadcast media, and they are not letting that go. And yet, that was what we were saying in Windhoek in 1991, that every government media, broadcast media, should be turned into true public broadcasters, so that we can have a media that is actually owned and managed by the people. And the model of that will be the BBC. But government is holding on to that because, like Gloria said, they want to use it for criminal propaganda against the people and the rest of them. Now, in terms of independence, we also have new threats 30 years after, and some of them have been highlighted. But there are others that we have not mentioned. I will just mention a couple. I think one of the new threats that we have is the fact that state institutions in Nigeria are increasingly not willing to accept the media as an enabler of democracy through the dissemination of credible information. So even when you have crisis situations requiring the dissemination of quick and credible information, state institutions, especially the security agencies, constitute themselves into obstacles for the media to do that. And you look at COVID-19, in the course of our documentation, because regularly we document attacks on journalists in Nigeria, we discovered that in 2020, during the period of lockdown, up to about 30 cases of attacks on journalists were recorded. These were journalists who were putting their lives at risk to get information across to the people. And you know that we have a lot of fake news around misinformation and disinformation around the COVID-19. But state institutions, the security agencies, simply refuse to recognize journalists or the media as frontline institutions during the pandemic, to the extent that when some of the states imposed curfews, journalists who went out for those curfews were also arrested, detained, and molested. So for me, this is actually what I would consider one of the greatest threats, new threats to media. And it's not just at the level of the army, the police, the customs, and the rest of them. It's also at the level of all kinds of paramilitary or pseudo-military institutions by our state governments, LATSMA in Lagos State, KAI, and all those kind of things. They go after journalists because they do not want journalists to report what they do. And it's all about government that is not willing to be accountable to the people. Always there will be a correlation between attacks on the press and corruption, lack of transparency, lack of accountability. So you could expect that, Eli Mohammed, for example, would increasingly want to criminalize the media. It is the media that caused Twitter to move to Ghana. Maybe by tomorrow, he will tell us that it's the Nigerian media that didn't allow Amazon to cite its headquarters here in Nigeria and has gone, towards, Southern Africa. Those are the kind of things, that, you hear just, to divert the public attention. Now, another threat, which some of you may not be aware of, but which is actually a major one, has to do with government institutions not responding to Freedom of Information Act requests. For those of you who work, in digital space, you just discover that at some point, some of your activities, you will require information from government. I listened to the panel that was held earlier on, so many things that we need to do to expand the digital space and so on. There will be occasions where you need to get information from the Ministry of Science and Technology, even Ministry of Communications, hopefully when Pantami will have left that ministry, and the rest of them. But when you now make those FOI requests, state institutions in the majority refuse to respond to them. They simply think that it's not an obligation, yet this is a law of the country. So you have subversion of the access to information law as a form of threat, to press freedom. And what is the connection? Journalists are unable to use it to get, credible information. We now discover something quite strange. For those of you who might be familiar with the Act, Section 29 of that Act makes the Office of the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice the oversight office over the implementation of the FOI. In fact, that section says that all ministries, agencies, and departments of government must, by February of each year, submit their report on the state of their compliance with FOI requests to the Attorney General. So the Attorney General, by virtue of that provision, is the custodian of the Freedom of Information Act. That office, in fairness to it, has actually issued what they call practice guidelines to all ministries, departments, and agencies of government on how to comply with the FOI Act. Now, each time an application goes to a government agency and they refuse to provide that information and they are challenged in court, the same Office of the Attorney General of the Federation goes to court to defend those ministries. Now, that is the paradox of the situation. That office is supposed to be the custodian of the FOI. But when they fail to eat it and an organization like SERAP goes to court, it is the same Attorney General that appears on their behalf, spending taxpayers' money to defend the violation of a law that that office is supposed to protect. So for me, this is a major, threat, and it reinforces the need for us to have a separation of the office of the Attorney General and that of the Minister of Justice. Because in all societies, Attorney Generals are there, to fight essentially for the people. And that is why if you listen to the George Floyd case, for example, the chief prosecutor was the state's Attorney General. That won't happen here, in Nigeria. These conversations are useful because ultimately what we need to understand is that there's a linkage between press freedom and democratic survival. So irrespective of areas where we operate, whether we work as a digital people and so on, we need to be concerned about this. I will just mention two more because where the first speaker talked about some of the laws that are talked about, the Cybercrime Act, the Anti-Terrorism Act, but we also have to talk about some of the laws they are planning to bring into being. And in this regard, we need to remind ourselves that there's still a bill in the National Assembly, the Protection from Internet Falsehood and Manipulation Bill 2019, and I'm glad that Paradigm Initiative was part of civil society organizations that have been mobilizing against that bill, but it's still there. They've had some public hearings. They've not let go. We also have a bill for an act to provide for the prohibition of hate speech, through which they plan to establish an hate speech commission. Now, these two bills, when taken together, the provisions actually violate not just press freedom, but even internet rights and digital rights. Some of the provisions are so atrocious that all you need to do to violate those laws, if they become law, is for you, or rather is for the commission to be of the opinion that you had committed a crime. So it's not a question of whether it's established, it's a question of their opinion. In fact, in the case of the hate speech, it says if the commission is of the opinion that your statement, your conduct amounts to hate speech, then you can be liable under those laws. So for us, it's important to see this as new threats, attempt to use legislation to muzzle the media. The last one I would like to draw attention to has to do with, and I think Gloria partly touched on this, what we call the impunity for crimes against journalists. So it's bad enough that journalists violated, and like I said, on average for the past 4 or 5 years, we do document not less than 50 incidents of attacks on journalists. Some of the attacks include invasion by gunmen. Some of the attacks include dismissal by state governments. There was a female journalist in Imo State who was dismissed because she complained on Facebook that salaries were not being paid. And that was the only reason why she was sacked. So you have all these violations. But then you do not have prosecution, or if where there is prosecution, there is no diligent prosecution. So we have a situation whereby crimes are perpetrated against journalists, but nothing is done about that crimes, and that brings in the element of impunity. So we talked about impunity for crimes against journalists. So all these threats, whether they are new or old, should be of concern to us. And it's good that we're having this discussion to an audience that is actually active in the digital space, because we need to talk about it, because ultimately what comes around goes around. We may think that we're not, media, these things don't affect us, but media itself has become, dynamic, because we operate in more or less in the same space. And in a situation where somebody, what is the English word for Ewe now? Dapsy should tell me, what's it called, Ewe? I think that was this young man who just kind of, in a form of poetry, and it was believed that, that was targeted at the information minister. He was thrown into detention. So it's so bad that they are even moving beyond the media or journalists to more or less, criminalize criticism in whatever form. So satire becomes an offense. Very soon you might even be arrested for drawing, cartoons to depict certain characters in government, like the military used to do. So for me, this is a very, very, timely conversation. And in terms of what we should be doing, I feel that the first step is for us to have this understanding that we face these enormous obstacles. And the challenge is for all of us to be concerned about it and at least talk about it as part of the steps towards reversing the trend. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Larry. I think this is part of the reward of having a team of champions like these. We are able to get not only the depth of the ramification of that subject, but they're also able to bring the discipline of time to manage that discussion. I will imagine now that we have people in the audience who will want to raise some issues or challenge some of the views of our panelists. This will be the right time for you to do that. Otherwise, I'll be happy to give them extra time to reinforce some of those points that they have made. If there are questions, I will be happy to accept your. Okay, just go ahead. Okay, I don't know how you do it.
Yeah. Okay, so my name is Khadija, and thank you so much to our panelists. This was a very, very powerful conversation. It definitely opened my eyes to certain things that I didn't even know existed. And just, the conversation, I'm sure everybody here would agree with me, would definitely have you more passionate about the situation of journalists. I've definitely always wondered why We didn't have as many investigative journalists. But I guess looking at the Nigerian situation, you can kind of already tell finance, everything wants to be politicized. I also want to say that I found a lot of the conversations that were had here very brave, because throughout all the conversations that we've had today, if the panelists were here, would notice that nobody wanted to mention any names, right? And I do know that on this panel, a lot of names were mentioned outright, while the rest of us were dodging. I think that's where you know that these are journalists sitting down here. They understand the market, they understand the danger, and they go into it anyway. So I have a question stroke observation. I believe it was Gloria that mentioned that their traditional media, print media, and online media are becoming conflated. Everything is sort of getting meshed together. But from my perspective, I'm beginning to see an issue with transparency in the way that journalists work these days, especially with online media. You'd find that a lot of what they write don't even have bylines, they don't have dates. You don't know who owns this organization. You don't know how it is they're funded. I'm not sure how it was done before when everything was on paper, if this was information that was accessible to people before. But I'm finding that a lot of the media houses that we have now are not very transparent in their workings. You don't know who wrote what article, where they wrote it from, when they wrote it. I mean, it's not all the time, but it's definitely a trend I'm definitely beginning to see. So my question now would be why? Why does that happen?
Get all the questions and then, yes. Please, let's make the questions very choppy, quick, short, sharp, and then, yeah.
Okay, just to add to what Khadija said, so with the whole lack of transparency and a lot of, oh, sorry, my name is Mariam. Mariam, yes. So with lack of transparency with some journalists and then a lot of misinformation going on, how would you propose the government handles that without necessarily attacking all media?
Standards, what are the ethics that journalists in Nigeria follow? Because I looked up recently a journalism trust initiative that set a basis of journalism standards globally. So I want to know if there are a set of ethics that journalists follow in Nigeria and how far have they been followed? Yeah.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, we'll let you answer this question.
Thank you. So we have these 3 questions. Khadija had asked 2 questions about standards and ethics, as well as transparency, particularly in the online space. And I believe Miriam had asked the question of transparency and misinformation in the media, and what ought to be done to constrain or at least hinder the instinct of government to shut down that space. I think it's appropriate first to go. Gloria, would you like to, because one is very specific to you, and then perhaps Osai, you also help us take it on, and then Larry, since there are ethical issues, also you bring your professional background to help us clarify that. Thank you.
So let me confess that even though I run a media outfit, I didn't study journalism. But there is perhaps where you find the strength and the weakness, that digital media has provided a wide space for citizen journalism. And when Khadija asked the question, how is it that you don't see a lot of transparency with the work? Part of it is, it reflects an ethical issue. The point really is that whether you study journalism or not, it's almost innate what the principles should be, that the truth sets free, that there are two sides of the coin, that you should balance your stories, that you should have an independent mind. Those are basics, and that's what is taught by the book, when you go to the university to study journalism. But even if you didn't, decency requires that you take that into consideration. But when you don't have people putting their bylines, part of it reflects what the landscape is, that people are afraid to be chased down, and sometimes we are left with the choice of whether to have the story or not to have it at all. And some would prefer that, well, something is put out there so people can begin to follow up on the conversation. So I give you an example, like the NSAS situation, and where you had a DJ, what's her name again? I forgot. Exactly. DJ Switch, giving us live feeds of what was happening. And even that was scrutinized and said, oh no, that's not what happened. But it provided a basis, a foundation for international journalists to wade in and to continue to ask the hard questions, even though, of course, we could all see that that was stuff that was happening, at the minute and at the second. But when you ask the question, how does the government deal with all of that without shutting down the space, is that the government must lead by example. We should never have a situation where we have a BMC. Never, ever. We should never have a situation where the kind of work that Loretta does is official work. No. Because you see, governance is about leadership, and leadership everywhere and anywhere sets the template. When you do this, you provide an opportunity for people to learn that skill, ill or good, and to better themselves off it. So I'm just going to limit myself there and allow the big dogs like Uncle Larry to do the heavy lifting.
Thank you very much for your questions and comments. I'll start by addressing the issue about what can government do or ought to do with regards to when the media exceed or the stories they share, by saying that we should be careful about giving up a lot of our rights to the government. There are a lot of regulations already in place. The fact that they've not been implemented, or like in the case of the FOI Act, for example, has not been properly monitored and reported on, does not mean that we should create new laws or new regulations in order to enhance the media space. Because the danger often is for government regulators to impose, to keep taking more and keep eroding on rights. And in the guise of we're protecting you. So we're protecting you, you give up a little bit more rights. Rather, what we need is a more open governance structure. So in the first instance, government should be proactive in sharing information. Sometimes when there's misinformation is because people start creating stories, imagining what could have happened, whereas that could have been sorted out if the facts had been presented clearly on government websites and the information provided. Journalists request information. State authorities respond promptly to those inquiries. That said, there's also a lot of movement around what professional media practitioners should be doing and how they begin to create a system where they can weed out those who are not properly conducting themselves and calling them out. We need to recognize that with anything involving right space, it should be measured in a way that is legitimate. It does not erode into other rights, and that is beneficial in the public interest. Oftentimes, any regulation that seeks to stifle press freedom or attempts to control what is being said tends to overreach. So we should look more in terms of pushing for more positive. I prefer to push more for positive rather than punitive, to say, be more open, be more transparent. Let's recognize those who are doing right so that eventually we make the environment difficult for those who do wrong to feel comfortable to continue doing that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me just make my own addition. I think that Maria's question also reflects a mindset or the effect of government, propaganda. So in terms of, what do you think government should do to address, misinformation? I also thought we could ask, what should we do when government is responsible for misinformation? Because the truth of the matter is that the biggest disseminators of false information are actually, people in government. And I will give you some examples. Now, one of the things we do in my organization is that during elections, we monitor media coverage of elections. And we try to do some fact checking around videos, photographs of rallies. Now, during the 2019 elections, there were two incidents where the campaign organizations of the APC and PDP deliberately, dished out false information. There was one rally that, Buhari had, and when they released the video, that apparently they wanted to show that Buhari had more crowd than Atiku. But upon cross-checking, it was discovered that that crowd was actually the crowd of a football match. And this came directly, from the APC campaign organization. This is something that is documented. The same thing, with Atiku. One of the rallies that they had and claimed maybe they had millions in Jigawa and so on was actually, in fact, there was an instance where APC used the crowd of the other one. So fake news is not a media whatever. People in government spokespersons also lie. I mean, we have one on our hands now. Governor of Edo State said, you are printing money. And almost immediately there was an attack, it's not happening and so on, until when you CBN, but it has now been established that they're actually printing money. What do we do to these people in government, who disseminate false information and mislead, citizens? But that is not to say that fake news is not a danger, and I understand what you are saying. But what we say is that there should be stakeholders dialogue, because all we try to do is to ensure that in the process of fighting fake news, you do not curtail the right to freedom of expression that citizens should be enjoying. And that leads me to the question of ethics in the media. Gloria already mentioned the fact that the basis of it is that there should be truthful dissemination of information. But we do have institutional mechanisms on this. For journalists in Nigeria, we have a code of ethics of Nigerian journalists that is a joint product of Nigerian Union of Journalists, the Guild of Editors, and the newspaper proprietors. And if you look at that code, it touches on almost all these things, the need for honest gathering of information, reflecting diverse sides. You have to check your facts. You have to be factually accurate in reporting and so on. Maybe the problem we have has to do with enforcement. But I know in the past, some state councils of NUJ have actually taken this seriously by having ethics committees. And in those days, the Lagos State Council of NUJ used to try journalists who engage in falsehood. And there's an historical case of a magazine. It used to be called Akapa's Top Magazine that manufactured a fake interview with Michael Jackson. And they were tried. The editor was tried by the Lagos NUJ Ethics Committee, and they were disciplined. But there are also some other ethical frameworks that are specific. So as we speak, we do have the Nigerian Media Code of Election Coverage, because we know that elections are very, very important. And if you go to the website of International Press Center, you get it there. And it's a product of many, many umbrella organizations, including Premium Times. About 200 media organizations in Nigeria actually subscribe to that code. And it provides basic ethical guidelines about coverage of elections. And so all the details are there. So the frameworks are there. We need to do more to enforce these frameworks. I think the enforcement mechanisms are quite weak, and this should be a challenge for media professional bodies and organizations. Thank you very much.
Do you want to respond to any of the questions before I take? Yes, there are more questions. All right.
Oh, wow.
We have 2 questions from Zoom, and we have 2 comments from the room. Let's take the comments first, then I'll come back to the questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is more like an observation. We're all familiar with the quote, "The press is free yet in chains." Now, that quote has always been in existence, and relating it to new threats, I think that can be seen in the case of site disruption, as was the case of People's Gazette, where the government had to go back and use telecommunication agencies like MTN to shut down the site. So that's an observation that the new threats of press freedom also applies to site disruption and also centers around the quote that the press is free, yet in chains. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say a word. My name is Obiora Chukumba. I just want to say a word to the concern over byline. And I want to mention that the absence of byline cannot be out of mischief or lack of credibility, because you have examples of strong, international, recognized, and credible media houses that choose it as its style, house style. Example, Economist. And then I also mention here that NAN, which is a federal government media organization, in fact, almost like the biggest, it doesn't use byline. It is its house style. So the absence of byline is not a credibility issue for the media. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 2 questions from Zoom. Philip Olayoko asked, there have been a lot of claims to being vanguards of consumers against disinformation and fake news by both state actors and non-state actors. This proliferation of vanguards is itself becoming a source of discrediting credible information. What can be done to censor these vanguards, especially the self-acclaimed ones who are invading the media space as threats to the freedom of journalists? The second question is from Jessica Odudu. She says, how can the judiciary aid press freedom when they don't make the laws? What specific ways can they help? Can the judiciary help? Yes.
Yeah, so Larry, you want to start?
Yeah, well, I think for the judiciary, yes, they don't make the law, but they interpret the law. And we feel that the judiciary should not allow itself to be used to subvert, press freedom. In the case of Agba Jalingo, he made a publication raising allegations against the state governor and was declared wanted, and then he was arrested. But later on, he was then charged for a different thing entirely, for under the, was it treason? Yeah, he was charged, for treason, which had no, bearing at all to what it did. So I think what judiciary can do is also to help the media, where, state institutions are trying to manipulate judicial process just to get as journalists. Because the moment they say you are suspected of terrorism, the Terrorism Act allows you to be detained for a period of 3 months in the first instance, which is renewable. So we think that in instances where it has to do with journalists, judges can also use their discretion, either to say that should be accelerated hearing, or where they are delaying, to refuse to renew the order that somebody should be detained indefinitely. That of Jones Abiri almost turned to that. He spent 2 years in detention. And by the time he was charged to court, the state was not even prepared with his case. One would expect that. I think that judges are empowered to even dismiss cases where they feel that the prosecution is not serious. Maybe Gloria can confirm this as a lawyer. But judiciary definitely has a role to play, especially where our rights are violated, because what we do has a constitutional backing.
Yeah, the judiciary has a lot to do. The issue of the independence of the judiciary, especially under Buhari, is a real issue. It's not, it was right before our eyes that a chief justice of a country was removed by expertise. So if they remove the top dog, who are you? And I told you earlier on that the Audumekoris case is now in they've taken it to the Supreme Court after we won at the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal. But what people do not know is that I had first filed that case in Lagos, where Audu was. And I filed and was on my way out when they told me, that the case had been slated for hearing. So I show up in court in Lagos. Literally, I had to buy what to wear to go to court. And the first application was for the governor to be served. Nobody even listened to the application. They struck it out on that day. The other party has not even raised anything. And these are things that we see over and over and over again. And sometimes I have conversations with the judges outside of the courtroom, and I say to them, look, this work, look, we're all going to die at some point. But people have asked me over and over again, is it that the judiciary is subservient to the executive? And then I'm dumbfounded. I don't know what to explain to them, because you can't tell them paperwork. They see it every now and again, how the judiciary is being intimidated, how the executive will buy cars and give the judiciary, how there is no independence, how autonomy is a problem. It's a real issue. And systems need to work for every other thing to take their cue from the working of a system. And this is how systems work. We're told in biology that system is made up of cell, tissue, organ system. So if you find any of those, anything in that chain broken, you don't have a system. And these are all of the things that need to work so that you can have the kind of outcome that we're looking for.
Thank you. So just to add that the judiciary faces a very tough task, which is about independence. And I know that the events of recent days with the ongoing strike by the judiciary workers is hoping to achieve some level of independence for the judiciary. But we also note that it's some decisions that have come from the courts have been very disappointing, where it's been very clear. So for example, not related to journalists, but an example that people would readily relate to. Those accounts that were frozen for receiving donations and sharing money during the NSAS protests. there was it was an ex parte order that was taken to freeze those accounts. Whereas in the law, it was quite clear. You need to put the people on notice. It's not that you did not know where these people were. Even the bank accounts, it's not that the banks don't know the names and the addresses of their clients. So why did you freeze the account? And then you now tried to use other processes in order to legitimize what you had done wrong. And so increasingly we are seeing in the current dispensation a situation whereby they choose which court orders to respect and which ones to ignore. And the judiciary should be able to take a stand that we would not be your yo-yo and be brave enough to take decisions that would shake the executive, but most importantly, we set the bar high. Right now, they are for anything goes, and I think it's also not good for the credibility of the judges and for the institution as a whole. And just to touch briefly on the fake news issue, which is as long as we all do not point people to the credible sources, we'll keep following into this trap. There are institutions. Why can't you check Punch newspapers? Why can't you check Premium Times? Why can't you check official source? When I say official sources now, not government sources, as we've already noted that they can be misleading, so that you can support independent media and media that is known. Why would you go online to some dodgy sites that you have, you go to the contact information, you cannot find who they are and decide to disseminate it? So increasingly, we also have a responsibility that what we share online and what we choose to believe, we can do a little bit more research so that we do not also become conveyors of fake news by our own indifference. Thank you.
Just about 5 minutes to go, and I'll take this opportunity to round up. I think at this point we're really lucky that we have panelists that helped us to expand the broad implication of the whole question of media or press freedom and the threats that they face. By way of simple summary, I think Osai opened by helping us understand that the press itself must exist in an environment, and she points to the fact that the environment that the Nigerian press operates in today, it's one that really needs some sense of sanitation. And she spoke, of course, illustrating with the kind of arbitrariness on the part of the state, Agbajalingo's case being a very notable one, and the other forms of attacks on journalists. She spoke of also legislations and statutes that themselves are just threats, not only to press freedom, but indeed to democracy itself. And she's, I think, brought up the whole question of the Cybercrime Act and the Anti-Terrorism Act, which an arbitrary state can use to its own value. And then, of course, there is the issue of digital space and the need to keep that free, understanding that even what we call the press today, what we call the regimes of freedom, in themselves are transiting, and a lot of them are incarnated in the digital landscape. And I think Gloria's, she wants us, not to look at these things in an abstraction, that if we're discussing this issue, they have concrete meaning, and what are the costs of these things. I think it's really chilling to understand that she's brought up the 61 cases of outright violations and 3 people who have lost their life. These things are not abstract. These are not something you just, for a symposium discussion. This is life and blood. This is like a cousin, a sister, a brother who went to work and never returned. And that meant something. And she's also raised in a very strong way what it means to transit to the digital workspace and what that then means in terms of the regimes of freedom and liberty in a democracy. I think it's very important, and we have also Gloria to thank for bringing up that indeed one of the very important threats that a democracy faces, certainly Nigerian democracy faces, is the whole question of disinformation. And that whereas misinformation can be something that you and I can peddle and know that we may get it wrong, but the more pernicious type of information disorder that operates in a democracy is disinformation. And disinformation is almost exclusively in the zone of governments to do. And then, of course, she's helped us identify 3 actors who have taken it as a workday routine to just invest in disinformation, and that has meaning, that has consequences, in other words. And more frightening, she then indicated in the case of Onoche, who not only then got condemnation, but actually got bumped up to be given higher duties of the state, which really brings to sense the anatomy of an administration and a regime that really is trying to prosecute democracy. I think she brought up, this is very, very important, the whole question of the complicity. When you have a democracy, you tend to define democracy in a way as the accountability of different branches. The understanding is that the legislature will hold the executive accountable, and the judiciary will hold, hopefully, all of us accountable. And so what happens? She posed the question, what happens when the judiciary itself is in complicity with an executive? And that then becomes a very, very serious matter. Then she said, well, we're talking about press freedom, but take up the mirror yourself, you press guys. Within your own rank, it's extreme dirtiness, complicity itself, for compromises and instincts that not only fail to promote democracy, but in fact helps to sabotage the process of democracy building. And then, of course, the news of the day, she also poses the question of, when you now have a servant minister in an administration who not only has been outed, yes, we have 2 or 3 minutes more, yeah. So I'm quite conscious of the time, yeah. So what you do about, when you have cases like this against a minister who's been accused of Salafist instincts, that's a really serious issue. Larry's points are in fact very, very helpful, reminding us that this year is significant for the topic we're talking about. This is the 30th anniversary of the Windhoek Declaration, when the whole idea of media freedom, as UNESCO has now adopted it, come to be celebrated annually. And that is something important, that we know that this is happening in Africa. But he says that the big point about Windhoek is a question of media pluralism, and that if you look at it in Nigeria today, with government still taking a huge acreage of broadcast media, you cannot say we are getting any close to a pluralistic media environment, knowing full well that these are big drivers, broadcasting, of democracy. I think for me in particular, also one interesting point that Larry then brought up is the question of COVID, right? The COVID environment has really is going to change the nature not only of work, of life, and of how we do most things. But here we are. Larry is saying that even it has given new meaning to how repression is being conducted. So I think that is very important to take home. Not to forget that last year alone in this country, 23 media houses shut down on account of COVID. the Freedom of Information Act, how that is also affecting, and the impunity of crimes against journalism that has come up. So lastly, I think just to make the point, my own little contribution to the whole thing is just to say that one of the biggest threats, of course, today is the whole question of the economic environment that the media, lack of sustainability in the media makes it totally impossible for media to act. And we need, they have given us all the suggestions. Let's try to be active citizens. Let's monitor how the media does its work. Let's monitor how the judiciary does its work, and that this is the only way that we can do. With respect to disinformation and information, authors of the site has asked me to help advertise dubawa.org. If you have the time, as indeed you should, dubawa.org. This is one major site for attempting to debunk disinformation and misinformation in the society. And knowing full well how this is very, very one of the biggest challenge to democracy building today, I will urge you also to then look at that. Great panelists, team of champions. Larry, we're very grateful for coming. Gloria, thank you so very much. And Osai, we hope that every time that we need to call on you guys, you always are available, knowing that this is the only way we can sustain Nigeria's democracy. Thank you very much. And thank you to a great audience. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, PTCIJ, for the wonderful session. Right about now, we'll be having the next one by the A&E Law Partnership, the last session for today. A&E Law Partnership will be discussing consumer rights protection in Nigeria. Please kindly stay with us, as it will be the last session for today, and it promises to be educating, impactful, and insightful as the rest of today's sessions have been. Thank you.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. My name is Damola Oyibo. I'm from Startup by A&E Law. At Startup by A&E Law, we provide useful legal resources for the growth and development of startups and SMEs. With me today, I have Naro Omosage from A&E Law Partnership. Okay. I also have William Amory from Latrella. I think I have to take off my mask. Right, so we're supposed to have Mr. Okechukwu Ogumike here with us today, but he's unavoidably absent because of time conflict. So, good afternoon once again. Like I said, my name is Damola Oyebo. I'm from Startup by A&E. I have with me on this panel Naro Omosage, and I also have William Amory. Okay. Naro Omosage is an associate of A&E Law Partnership. She's a technology, media, and startup lawyer with experience providing legal support to companies operating in the digital economy, as well as regulators shaping the policy landscape. She offers expertise in startup law, internet policy and governance, IP law reforms, competition and consumer protection law. She's the head of the digital law and policy practice at A&E Law Partnership Abuja. Next to Naro, we have William Amory. Amory is the head of operations at Latrella, Nigeria. She's a commercial and technology lawyer with an in-depth knowledge and experience in international commerce, marketing, legal tech development and management, e-learning and program development. Her practice cuts across digital law and policy, internet governance and regulatory compliance for tech companies. At Latrella, she manages legal tech products, services, including an e-learning and e-commerce platform. So we were supposed to have Mr. Okechukwu Ogumike with us today, but he couldn't make it. So allow me to, in his absence, read out his bio. So Mr. Okechukwu is the managing director of ASI, which is Automated Systems International. He's a digital solutions expert with over 2 decades of experience in providing corporate solutions with innovative technology in the US, UK, and Nigeria. As Nigeria's foremost internet document management solutions, EDMS, he's the e-learning platform provider. He's a seasoned entrepreneur in online solutions. He's also a farmer, by the way. Okay, so welcome everyone again. We're going to be speaking today on e-consumer protection in Nigeria. So I know our banner says consumer protection in Nigeria, but we're going to be speaking on e-consumer protection in Nigeria. Okay, so allow me to start by typically defining who a consumer is before we jump right into it. So a consumer is any person who purchases or offers to purchase goods, products, services, commodities for consumption. So I'm a consumer, they are consumers, we are all consumers, as far as we have the intention or go ahead to purchase goods, services, and consume them. So we're not here to speak about consumers today, even though there's an intersection between e-consumers and consumers. We're speaking primarily on e-consumers. So let me start with William. William, can you tell us who an e-consumer is?
Thank you very much, Damola. So a basic description of who an e-consumer is simply you and I. An e-consumer is a person who intends to order or goes ahead to order a good, a product, a service, anything online. The distinguishing factor is the fact that you're going to be ordering online using a digital platform or your mobile phone, a web page, anything. The thin line there is just that the fact that this thing is not being gotten from a street market or a supermarket, a physical store or anything. You're just making that order online. Thank you.
Okay. So to what extent can a consumer be considered an e-consumer?
Well, like I just rightly said, the only thing that distinguishes an e-consumer is the fact that that's not a physical store. I mean, we think that, oh, I have a page, I go to a page and then I order something online and they're going to deliver it physically for me. It's the part where the transaction took place that actually defines it. So with the internet coming out and us having to do business more, it has introduced the ease of doing business where we're sitting here in our homes, in our countries, and we're ordering things from China to be delivered all the way in Ghana. So we're transacting across borders and all. That has, to a large extent, defined the scope of who an e-consumer is. It practically tells you that you're not just ordering, you're not just buying that thing off a store, but the platform in which that transaction took place is what describes that. Thank you.
So there's also that part that you added about the intent to purchase. And I like that. I think that that's another critical differentiator between an ordinary consumer and an e-consumer. I mean, if you're in the market, you're walking around the market and you might as well be going somewhere else. You're not a consumer in the sense of it. But from the minute you log on to an e-commerce store, the minute you're online, maybe even just browsing through courses on an e-learning site or looking at products on an e-commerce site, at that minute, some of your rights as an e-consumer arise. So I think that that's one interesting difference between being an e-consumer and just being a consumer.
All right. Thank you very much, William. Thank you, Naro. Okay, now let's talk about laws. Let's dive into the regulatory aspect covering e-consumers. Can we talk briefly about the laws governing the rights that e-consumers have?
Okay, so I'll take that. In simple terms, from what we've been saying, consumer protection generally is the act of safeguarding the interest of the consumer in matters relating to the supply of goods and services. Right, so the goal of law in consumer protection is to prevent any harm or injury from happening to the consumer in the course of that transaction, or in the event that this harm or injury has occurred, is providing a redress for that consumer. So in Nigeria, the primary legislation that we have is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act. Going forward, I will just call it the Competition and Consumer Protection Act. So that legislation was introduced in 2019. It replaced the Consumer Protection Council of Nigeria and also added the competition aspect. So prior to 2019, I'm sure many of us remember, we had the CPC. The CPC was responsible for safeguarding and enhancing the interests of consumers. And they did this through awareness, education, enforcing appropriate standards for goods and services. They were very active. And then their role has now become even more expanded with the Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. So to the extent which they are carrying this role in that they're merging competition with consumer protection, because in many ways, if you think about it, competition is a kind of consumer protection. It's regulation of markets for the interest of the public. That's a key part of consumer protection, how people receive the goods and services that they are getting, what laws are governing that. So you have Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, the FCCPC. They're actually they're quite active in delivering this role. If you follow them on Twitter, if you follow them on Instagram, you see that they actually do respond promptly to cases of violation of human rights. So there are also consumer protection provisions that you can find in other laws. Some of them are the NIDSA Act and regulations, the Standards Organization of Nigeria Act, the NAFDAC Act and regulations, in as much as it relates to food and drinks. There's the Nigerian Communications Commission, in particular, the General Consumer Code of Practice regulations. I'll go into that with more detail. There are also consumer protection provisions in the Cybercrimes Act. Many people think of the Cybercrimes Act as a turning point in e-consumer protection in Nigeria. And I think that that's very true, because that was the first time that we had like dedicated legislation that was, looking at what people do online and how do we solve those problems, how do we address those things. So that was 2015. That was a turning point. Another law of importance is the Evidence Act 2011. Evidence Act provides on admissibility of digital evidence, electronic evidence, and that's really key in however it is that you want to look at consumer protection, you want to look at it from the point of enforcement or from the point of prosecution. Electronic evidence is integrated into that. I mean, the entire transaction is happening online. So the Evidence Act of 2011 is also another noteworthy law with consumer protection provisions. So the agencies involved in Nigeria, maybe I could just recap the legal framework. So the agencies involved in Nigeria are the FCCPC, the NCC, NITSDA, SON, which is Standards Organization of Nigeria, NAFDAC, Servicom, and Public Complaints Commission. So that's a brief overview of the framework.
Okay, thank you, Naro. Seems like we have a lot of laws regulating consumer protection in Nigeria, and we still have a lot of breaches in consumer and service provider relations. So I think we can go to the rights that e-consumers have. So where the laws provide rights, right? So can we speak briefly or extensively about the rights that e-consumers have as purchasers, as the people at the end of the, delivery food chain? So, William, do you want to?
I'll take that. Yeah, sure. Okay, so due to the complex nature of online services, you're just wondering, when do these rights actually start? So due to the complex nature of these services, you find it that the e-consumer rights are no far from a regular consumer rights. It's just, in fact, it is all of that consumer right and a bit more, because there's this new aspect of how the transaction is being done and where. That's the distinguishing factor. So that gives an additional layer of protection for an e-consumer. Many of the existing consumer rights already apply to an e-consumer, but to be specific, when you're talking of an e-consumer rights, we have three main rights. I'll just talk a bit on each of them. So firstly, we have the data rights. And the data rights is like the largest right ever. I remember when the EU GDPR was trending, it was everywhere. You could see people just out of the blues, GDPR, it almost became like a slang. You're waking up, you're seeing email from this person you bought things from 800 years ago and stuff. So it goes to tell you how important data rights are. So firstly, what are data rights? So those are rights that apply to you generally as a data subject. These consist of things that take your personal information, just things that could basically identify you as a person or as an institution or whatever, but that exactly is data rights. And from data rights, you have more pressing things, particularly relating to purchase, like a consumer. So you have things such as the right to information. I mean, you don't go around buying things you don't know so much about. That's why you pick up a parcel or you pick up an item in store. You go around, you have to see the contents, you have to see what they used to make it. You even go as saying as far as the quantity of each, if there's a chemical, whatever, nuts, some even go as far as explaining, for allergies, this knot is in here, this is in here. So you have that right to have so much detailed information about any product or service. I mean, I don't want to go online and try to get an artisan to come paint my room. And after we finished and concluded, and he or she finally comes to do the work, I start hearing that, oh, before you have to pay my transport, you have to buy the paints, and then you didn't list all of this when we were transacting, and I finished sending money. So we start going back and forth on this. So information about a product or a service that you're getting is a really, really important right. Then we also have privacy. So privacy already is a very fundamental human right for us. We all want to just have our peace. Sometimes we just want to be in a space, but you find it that information you released a while ago, maybe when you were making a purchase or just surfing online, because the minute you open a website and you're just, looking through, maybe it's not even, you don't even have the funds to buy anything. The next thing you're seeing one policy pop up, oh, we place cookies on the site. Those cookies do extract your information. You can identify the location that you're surfing the internet from, identify your type of browser. So all of that already is the beginning of our rights as e-consumers. And you have that right to have a private relationship with whichever merchant or person you're getting a service or a good from. You don't need that third party to be getting involved with your information and all. Although saying third party brings me to the fact that, okay, I'm buying from you, but a different, maybe a payment merchant, let's say Paystack or Flutterwave, for instance, is the one collecting the payment, and somehow you have to put it on there that, oh, okay, this payment is going to be, most times before you even click send, they're going to tell you, oh, you're being redirected to a third party site. So that's already your information going from one place to another, even though it is usually secure. We look out for secure signs before we go ahead and input our details. That is also something that should not be ignored. It's a very fundamental e-consumer right. Then we also have the right to rectify our information. If maybe you were registering and you made a mistake when you were typing in, let's say your name, maybe a detail like a letter or something is messed up, you have the right to go back online and rectify whatever information you have put up online. And that right is one right that I really like. Lately, I've seen it being enforced more, because before now, when you register on a site, for instance, you just see some parts being grayed out. But since I should say that since GDPR, I've found it that you can easily rectify more information. If there's the ones that, okay, are too extreme, you can easily contact a help desk or somebody to just update that information. So I tend to see less gray boxes these days on so many platforms. Then there's also the right to erasure, the right to be forgotten. I know I'm not doing again, basically, it's over. But you find it that after clicking 5 email lists and trying to click on subscribe, it's always, okay, for link not found. Why can't I just leave? I'm tired, I'm not doing again. Why can't you just let me go? They keep sending you, they keep mining your information and they keep sending you so many things. So that's all of these rights are even just under data right. That's to tell you how important data rights are, because data is just the thing that identifies you first. Without data, you can't even transact, you can't even do anything. So there's also the right to data portability. So if I remember when porting started trending in the telecoms industry, so there's a song, I don't port. So it was so it has to be very easy to port from maybe one service provider to another. If I say I'm no longer interested, you can't hold me down. If I request my information, you have to give it to me within so amount of time. It's all stated there. We're all provided for. And then there's the right to automated decision making and profiling. That's basically targeted ads. You just don't go around sniffing just because I'm here. You're just going to harness whatever you can out of me and start bombarding me with emails and all. So let me just move on to another right that is something I should call it very trendy, false advertisement. So I'm just on a site, probably just trying to write an article and read something nice to help improve my knowledge. And the next thing I'm just saying, let's say buy an iPhone, buy iPhone 12 for 2,000 naira.
That happens a lot.
Yes. iPhone 12. How many gig, first of all? I will want to know. Then maybe underneath it, or you make buy iPhone 12 very bold. Underneath it, I'm now saying 256 gig. Oh, that's a good thing. I mean, nobody should see iPhone for 2,000 naira and try to buy it. That's greed. But I look at that and okay, let me click. So that advertisement has brought me, it has sparked up an interest in me. And I click on the link and I go there and I see that, oh, you pay 2,000 naira first. And then when we're bringing the iPhone to you, you pay the remaining 359,000. That right there is false advertisement. You can do enticing advertisements. You can say, oh, buy iPhone at a discount. You can use really enticing words, but it should not be false advertisement. There are sites where you go on and the headlines is so interesting that you want to see, it even leads you to buy. I mean, AliExpress, you're just sitting there and somebody's telling you, you have free shipping. So buy this, so those ones they're not entirely wrong to do, but false advertisement is very, very wrong, especially for e-commerce. Because an e-consumer, we're the ones that see ads the most. You won't see somebody boldly print, buy this and place on a banner and just hang it. But as for advertisements that you can see in web spaces, especially because we use most free content and everything, you see ads flying here and there because that's how money is also raised for these corporations. But there shouldn't be false advertisements. Then another very important right is the right to adequate information. I'm going back to this again because it is one under data. It's a data right in its own, and it's also a right on its own self. So like I take an instance where a colleague was trying to order fisherman soup a couple of weeks ago. So she calls this vendor on Instagram and she's, oh, please, what and what is in this fisherman soup? And the response is, you don't know fisherman soup? Why are you asking me? Don't you know what they used to cook it? Even if I know what they used to cook it, I want to know what you used to cook it. The fact that I know the regular contents doesn't mean, okay, I may be allergic to one of the items that is in there and I want you to take it out. So which one is, you don't know what you won't buy and everything. So we have the right to, adequate information on any product or service. And that has to be, that's like the first thing, because you need to know what it is you're buying. Like the other lady, the trending lady a few weeks ago in the US, the hair bond lady. So she goes to use this Gorilla Glue, and then it was such a thing. And the problem is that she just didn't read. So there's most of us that go to buy items because we know that item is not Gala. I've bought it hundreds of times. But economy might be bad. Gala must have decided to no longer use wheat flour. They are now using corn flour. And you don't like corn, or you are allergic to corn, or for some reason. But just because you feel familiar with the product over time, you just don't mind. You just go ahead thinking that somebody is going to come and give you a special notice. But meanwhile, every information you need is written on that pack or of the content that you're about to buy. So we need to learn to remember to go through these things, because if, for instance, something wrong happens to us, the first thing anybody is going to be saying is, did you read? Because the lady, the Gorilla Glue is boldly written on there, do not use this product on hair. It says like gives a lasting effect. And you see her ended up going into hospitals and series of emergency treatments and everything. You know, lawsuits flying here and there, but you didn't even. It was such a thing. So we should remember to, ask for, if we feel like we don't see adequate information on it. I know that very well, like Nestle, you see, okay, got questions, good to talk, call us if you have any additional information you want to know. That's how important it is. So you have the right to know what you're getting into. But it goes both ways, not just for products, but for services. Like I explained earlier, I can't contract you to come and paint for me. And when we get there, after I've paid you what I feel is a huge sum of money, you now come and tell me that I have to go and buy paint. It's not possible. We're going to start dragging and you're going to, just waste our time going back and forth. So in addition to these three basic rights, all of the rights of a consumer generally, that's a person generally that just walks into a place to buy something, is also an e-consumer right. I'll just allow Naru to give us more detailed information on a consumer's rights.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So in addition to everything that she has said, which are the rights that are specific to e-consumers, general consumer rights also relate to e-consumer, to online transactions. So, okay, so what are those rights? So top on the list are the rights provided in the Competition and Consumer Protection Act. In addition to the provisions I discussed earlier, that law also provides penalties for manufacturers and service providers who don't comply. So there's a list of rights that consumers have, a list of duties that manufacturers are supposed to provide. So for manufacturers who don't provide those duties, who don't allow consumers exercise those rights, there is punishments for them, there are penalties for them. There are both carceral and monetary penalties for them. And as a consumer, you can enforce any of these rights personally or by going to the commission. And filing a complaint to the commission, it's as simple as just sending an email or filling a form on their site. It's really pretty straightforward. You don't want to do that, you can feel free to enforce those rights by yourself. So in addition to this, there is also the Consumer Code of Practice Regulations issued by the Nigerian Communications Commission. I mentioned this earlier. So it's also called the General Code. Lots of people just call it General Code because it focuses on the procedures and requirements which telcos are supposed to use in developing the consumer codes that govern the provisions of their services. So it's basically like a baseline, really. If you're developing a consumer code for the services that you offer, you use the general code as a baseline. So the general code has provisions on protection of customer information. It has provisions on advertising and representation of services, where it makes reference to APCON, that's the Advertisement Practitioners Council of Nigeria, Advertising Practitioners Council of Nigeria, and also has provisions on complaints handling. So the consumer code, as it relates to data rights, which you mentioned, so the consumer code requires telecom operators to take reasonable steps to protect customer information from accidental disclosure. It also has provisions that restrict the transfer of customer information. There are some allowances to be made when this transfer is being done in the ordinary course of processing, in the ordinary course of business activities. For example, if you are using a USSD service and you're buying something from your bank, or you're even just setting up USSD service, it means that the telco and the bank are going to exchange some of your data, right? So this is the extent to which, it allows them exchange that data. It has to be something that you had originally consented to. Maybe, I don't know if many of us look at the SIM cards when we buy them. I know I don't. But if you look at the SIM cards when you buy them, there's a long list of things that there's a contract that you enter into, basically. So there's a long list of things that they're permitted to do with your data. The idea of all this is that they don't go outside the scope of what you both have agreed on. At the end of the day, it all boils down to what have you agreed. If you agree that you can sell my data for marketing and advertisement purposes, they're going to go ahead and sell your data. Nothing is going to stop them. But if you don't agree, that's where the problem starts from. And this is similar to the Consumer Protection Framework that was issued by the Central Bank of Nigeria in 2016. It also contains provisions that restrain financial institutions from disclosing the personal information of their customers. So I use the USSD service as an example because it's something that combines both the banks and the telcos. So in that relationship, they are governed by both the General Consumer Code and the Consumer Protection Framework issued by the CBN. So these general rules are more related to data privacy. There are a number of other specific legislation that address other things. For example, the Cybercrimes Act 2015, that one, it created a whole new set of offenses by criminalizing certain fraudulent activities done through electronic devices and the internet. Like I mentioned earlier, it was the first time really that anybody was saying, oh, you can sue for something that happens online. And how do you do that? Through the Cybercrimes Act. So there are a host of offenses, on different things, from credit card fraud, from misrepresentation, from terrorism to pornography. There are laws on all of that, and I think just having in mind that at the end of the day, the purpose of all this is to make the cyberspace safer for everybody. So that's the role that the Cybercrimes Act plays in consumer protection. There are also other laws that address electronic fraud. For example, the guidelines on transaction switching services, which was issued by the Central Bank of Nigeria. It's a regulation that addresses the roles of issuers, card issuers, or merchants, online vendors when you're purchasing something on the internet. So according to those guidelines, you're responsible for transactions that are carried out by a person who has your credit card and your PIN. So you are the only person who is supposed to be in possession of your credit card and your PIN. But if somebody does come in possession of your credit card and they somehow have your PIN and they go ahead and do something fraudulent, or they buy something that they're not supposed to be buying on the internet, you're going to be responsible for that according to this guideline. But when you have reported that your card is stolen or that your card is lost, as long as you've made that report prior to this happening, you're absolved of all liability. There are also incidences where you will be absolved of liability even if you haven't reported. If it can be found out the issuer or the merchant was negligent, if maybe there was a breach, a systems failure on their end that led to that breach. If it can be found out, okay, that's what happened here, you're going to be exempted from liability. It's really on a case by case basis. A lot of these things are on a case by case basis. There are provisions in other laws in as much as they don't relate, they're not specifically made for the digital environment, they're not specifically made for the internet ecosystem. These laws will also come to play in online transactions. Like, for example, the Sales of Goods Act. The Sales of Goods Act is really key when you're thinking of e-commerce because it has provisions on a host of things. I'm going to give two examples now for want of time. I would say that two good examples on how the Sales of Goods Act protects e-consumer rights are the provisions on late delivery of goods and the provision of fraudulent transactions. So if there's a stated delivery period on the site and the vendor doesn't deliver within that time, they breach their contract. You have the right to refuse the item whenever it comes and request a refund. So if there's no stated delivery time, the Sales of Goods Act says that the item should be delivered at the earliest time possible. It's a reasonable time. And that's a bit tricky because in practice, it's on a case-by-case basis. If you're buying a car, it takes a longer time to deliver. But if you're buying a plate of food, you shouldn't be waiting for 4 hours while you're hungry. And in the event, you can return the item and say, I'm not taking this. I was hungry when I ordered it. Now I'm not hungry again. Or I've eaten bread and I'm not going to take this item. I'll return it. There is also what I ordered versus what I got, which I think is very popular on Instagram. So what does the law say about that? It says that, so the Sales of Goods Act says that where goods are delivered to a buyer who hasn't had the chance to previously examine the goods, the buyer is not deemed to have accepted these goods until they've had adequate time to ascertain whether these goods they've received are in conformity with the contract. So if I opened your Instagram page and I saw this nice dress that has this sleeve like this and this slits like this and this curve and this turn, and you sent something to me, right? I've collected it from the vendor. But the interesting part here is that my collecting it from the vendor does not indicate that the transaction has been concluded. Because in sales of goods, selling something, that entire sales process is not completed until the person you're selling to accepts the goods. in this case, because you didn't have the chance to look at the items because you bought them online, collecting it from the delivery person who brought it to your house is not acceptance. It's only deemed acceptance when you've had adequate time to examine the good and ascertain that it's in conformity with what you bought. So in the case of clothes, it's probably that you've had adequate time to test it, that you've not worn it and you are like, why is this sleeve like that? Like, this is not the sleeve on your site. Like, what I ordered versus what I got is something that is very interesting to me, because I think that we let it go a lot of the time, and well, I won't just say that I don't like that. It's not about me. It's about the ecosystem. It's about, so if more people knew about their rights, if more people were made aware of the extent to which they could, you just reject something. You have the right to reject it. Many people don't know. There's also the aspect of, okay, so there's also the aspect of refunds. You go on Instagram and you see a vendor telling you, I don't do refunds. So what if the thing that I'm buying does not size me? What will happen? I'll hold it and I'll be looking at you. And that's actually against the law. So I would just do a quick overview of all the laws. I'm sorry, I've kind of spoken about them haphazardly because they're coming from different legislations, but I would just do like a quick overview of the rights of a consumer and duties of a producer and service provider that are under the Competition and Consumer Protection Act. So the first one is the right to information in plain and understandable language, which is also important for accessibility. You post something online and maybe people who are able-bodied can see it, and then people who are not able-bodied can see it. So vendors have a responsibility to turn on image captions, turn on image descriptions, and put in all the kinds of accessibility options that make sure that everybody who you're targeting, everybody can actually see it and understand it. If you have to put in the translation option, please do. That's absolutely necessary. If you're selling, for example, if you're selling across Africa, you know, you have Francophone territories, you have Anglophone territories, you have countries where they speak traditional languages. It's important to ensure that wherever your services are being offered, wherever you're promoting your items, the people there can read and understand it. That's one. There's also the responsibility to disclose price or goods or services. Ladies and gentlemen of the DM for Price Association, please, that is against the law. Don't ask people to DM for price. Be proud of your prices. Don't be ashamed of your prices. Unless you have something to hide, I don't know why anybody. So personally, I don't engage anybody that says DM for prices. You're breaking the law, and I don't really want to be associated with anybody like that. There's also the duty to label your products properly and describe them properly, which goes into what you were saying about having adequate information. If you have nuts in a cake or something, you should actually tell me, because how do you know if I don't have nut allergies? And then, and that's also one of the conditions that are laid down by NAFDAC rules and regulations. If you're selling food and beverages, people need to know exactly what it is they're ingesting in their systems. That's key. There's also the duty to give receipts, which is something that I don't think that we talk about enough, which is interesting because we live in a country where it's very typical for you to be accosted by the police and they ask you, where's the receipts for this thing that you bought? So I think that more people need to be aware of the fact that you have a duty to, so even if you're buying it online, it's very easy. You ask them for an electronic receipt, they will send it to your email. You can maybe just be buying something on Instagram and you think, oh, I don't need a receipt for that. But the truth is, you don't know what's going to happen in the future and you don't know where this is going to come up. So for your own safety, even as a vendor, if you're a vendor who doesn't give receipts and somebody comes tomorrow and says, I bought this thing from you and it killed somebody in my house, what are you going to do? You understand? But if you have like a data, if you keep sales records, in short, the actual language that the law uses is sales records. If you keep records of your sales, it doesn't just protect the consumer, it also protects you. I think later we will talk about how to make the marketplace fairer for all parties, because it's not just consumers who are affected by consumer rights. The people who are, supposed to be providing these rights also have, some level of responsibility there. So there's also the right of a consumer to not be bombarded by false, misleading, and deceptive representations. The consumer has the right to cancel advance reservation, booking, or order. I hope Nigerian Airlines know this. They also have the right to return goods. No, people should. I think that one is really, it's because of how the informal e-commerce sector has blown up in the last decade, in the past decade or so. The right to return goods is very interesting. I have things sitting in my house that I would never use, but the vendor refused to take it back. I think if more people were aware of their laws, maybe I should enforce. Maybe I should try to those people. So if more people were aware of their laws, we would basically create an ecosystem. We would create a society where that doesn't happen. If you don't need something, there's no reason it should be collecting dust in your house. The consumer has right to safe quality goods, which is related to the implied warranty of quality. That's a big part of the Sales of Goods Act. So it's also represented in our Competition Act. So these are basically rights that consumers have, e-consumers have when they're transacting online. I should mention that the Competition and Consumer Protection Council, the Consumer Protection Commission Act, did not specifically mention online transactions, right? But I have kind of drawn out these laws and says like they apply in the physical world. Of course, they apply in the digital world also. But I think that it's important that maybe going forward, we start to talk about how we can make laws that specifically address the nuances of the digital economy.
Thank you so much, Naro. That was a lot, very enlightening. So I think that out of what you have both said, I think that there is some sort of unfair advantage that we like the traditional consumers have as opposed to e-consumers, in the sense that I can walk into a store and then I can see the goods that I want to purchase. I can see the quality. I have like first-hand experience with these goods. And I have also first-hand experience with this vendor, because you also can't deny the social aspect of buying and selling. So a vendor's attitude, the quality of the goods, the condition of the store, like all these little social elements make play for when a person is about to purchase a good, also purchase a service as well. So there's some sort of unfair advantage that traditional physical consumers have as opposed to e-consumers, which in some sort of way doesn't create a level playing field, which we're going to be honest. I find that myself, I would rather walk into a store to buy products. So clothes, for example, I rather walk into a store to buy clothes than order online. And we've mentioned DM for price. I don't want to go through that whole hassle. We've mentioned the lack of refund policies, no refund. If your company doesn't have a refund policy, I can't take you seriously. I don't think that your business is as credible. There's also what I ordered versus what I got. I think that is just plain fraud. There's no reason why you should be advertising something and then producing something else. So with all these things in play, like we said, it is not a very fair digital market space. So there are these issues. There are a myriad of issues that we can circle back, like we have mentioned. So I'd like for us to discuss on how to make these digital marketplaces fairer. So what are the things so apart from even regulation, I also remember us saying that there is no particular regulation that covers e-consumers in its entirety. Apart from even just having these regulations, which we would come to, what are the practical steps that the buyers and the sellers as well, because there is the duty of care that the sellers have to the buyers. So what are the practical steps that sellers can take? Buyers can also take as well. And buyers and sellers can take to ensure that digital marketplaces are fairer. Also the government, also industry players. What are the things that people can do? What are the issues that we can? What are the issues? I would like us to raise some issues that we can address.
Okay. So I think the first one, up the top of that list, the first one is education. If people don't know their rights, they cannot exercise them, they cannot enforce them, we cannot improve on them, right? Because just knowing, I think that we've sort of managed to create a digital ecosystem where it is normal for vendors to tell you DM for price, or where it is normal for them to not have a refund policy. Yes, you can have a refund policy that says, oh, we don't refund edible items, or we don't refund, say for example, you can't exchange underwear. That makes sense, right? But let it be that there is a definite refund policy, not a blanket refusal to obey the law. Right. So education, having more people aware. I think that the Consumer Protection Commission has done a lot of work in allowing people know that they can make complaints to them, they can report things to them. But I do think that there's still a lot of work that's to be done in making people aware of what they can report. Right? You know that you have the right to report, but do you even know what you should be reporting? Just having people know that, oh, this is what you can report. If this happens to you, you should totally come and let us know that this has happened to you. So education, for me, education is top of that list. Legislation, having specific legislation, yes, especially with the digital economy growing. Even before the pandemic, we had projections. We were looking at a future where everything was going to be done online. Coronavirus and the pandemic is simply accelerating that process. Right now, there's people working from home. Most people prefer to buy things online. I mean, during the lockdowns, when people could hardly leave their houses, everybody, at least at some point or the other, well, many people ordered at least one thing online. And and I don't think that that's going to go back. We're not going to go back from there. If anything, we're going to keep going forward in that direction, meaning that there will be larger e-commerce transactions. There'll be more people buying things online, and contracts. There'll be more contracts and jobs.
You go on the internet and remote jobs is a strong thing. Remote jobs full-time, remote jobs part-time. I'm looking at it like, oh, I used to just think, okay, there's part-time student, there's full-time, and you're going into job sector. So you see one person is employed by like 5 different organizations. So what is it? I'm working remotely. So how do you even, factor, how do you track the time? How do you do all of that? And it's a conversation that needs to be started. If not, we're not going to get there.
Yeah, because that is the future. There's no way. I mean, I think that physical marketplaces will exist for as long as there are people. People would look at each other, want to buy things from each other. But going forward, that will now become the secondary way of buying something. The primary way of buying something will be by ordering it online. So without a robust e-consumer framework, particularly Nigeria. Nigeria has such a large e-commerce network. I mean, between Jumia and the size of our informal Instagram vendors, we're looking world-class transaction volumes every day. So just having that level of growth happening without being guided by regulation, it's terrifying to say the least. And and I think that there's also something to be said about the role of law in making these companies grow faster, in having these people structure their businesses in a way that addresses the rights of consumers. There's something you mentioned earlier. You said that if a person doesn't have a refund policy, you don't think that they are honest, you don't take them seriously. And so how does that company grow if if their prospective users don't think that they're honest, right? So even just obeying the law just helps us to improve the ecosystem, helps us to grow in that direction. So education is definitely important. Dialogue is key. We shouldn't be passing laws in a vacuum. Like I mentioned, probably at least 10 agencies here who have a history of regulating in silos. They have a history of regulating here. This person has made a food and drug regulation. That person has made a manufacturing standards regulation. And everybody's doing all these things in all these little places. And when you play all of them, when you just put all of them together on the table, you find conflicting provisions, you find gaps, you find duplications, you find replications and overlapping jurisdictions. So just basically avoiding those things. How do we avoid those things? That's where communication, dialogue exists, and not just between regulators themselves, between regulators and the markets, the people that they're supposed to be regulating. So I think that's it for me. That's what I think that we can do. Education and improving.
Let me add to that. So the part where you say you find overlaps just brought up I just remembered when there was this stamp duty crisis. Okay, it's FIRS duty to collect taxes. No, it's for me. I'm postal service. So it was that just shows how much important the dialogue is between the regulators and, the stakeholders also and the end users. So there's one other thing that I remembered just when you mentioned NAFDAC. It's still on information. So you go to buy a drug. For instance, I'm buying ibuprofen. I need to know that there is 50 milligrams of paracetamol and 10 milligrams of whatnot. Every other thing, you need that much detailed information. And then there's one other thing I feel like I have forgotten to add, the data passing aspects of it. So you have maybe between you and a third party merchant. So you have sister companies. For instance, I'm almost done with my house in Lekki. Don't ask me the address. And then because I come to you to buy, let's say I go to a Dangote retailer to buy the last bag of cement. In the next 3 months, they know that I've moved in, and somebody shows up with a big bag of sugar, and you're telling me it's because they are sister companies. Yes, sister companies can share data, but there's a limit there, and there has to be consent. Consent is really very, very important. And going back to what you said about, awareness, making people know that these rights exist and these rights, you can actually pursue those rights. Those rights protect you to a certain degree. It brings up this, there's a site called econsumer.gov. It's really, really very important that, in fact, the FCCP, Nigeria is a member to the bodies that created that. The econsumer.gov is a site to report international scam online. So that Instagram vendor, that site where you bought something that's wrong, it makes them see the trend and know what's going on and follow it. It's a partnership of more than 40 countries, consumer protection agencies. That's how important it is. It is the consumer protection agencies that are a party to this organization. And the complaints could range from debit, credit card, you have fraud, you have visa, people that advertise, oh, come and get visa to these countries. You have jobs, travels, take a vacation, and then you can report all of that online. It's an initiative of the International Consumer Protection Enforcement. I didn't even know about this until I started researching on this topic.
Yes, I was going to say that, like, the fact that we don't even know, like, it wasn't until recently that I knew that Nigeria was a party to that.
Yeah.
So just having people know that these laws exist for you to access, for you to exercise. Just having people know that that's key here.
And awareness might not be the only thing. Let me add that access to is also important, because after being aware and Jusun is on strike, where am I going with my awareness if there's a policy that says, oh, you can't return this item after 3 months? Jusun has been on strike since 8 years. So what am I going to do? There's time lapse on everything. It can't be perpetual. If not, we're not going to go forward. So we need to, awareness is there, the access to, those information and how to pursue those rights, and a whole lot of other things that can actually make an e-consumer very, very happy. In my terms, I want to be happy with whatever product or service I'm ordering. And I feel like this is something that is very important for us in Nigeria, especially.
Okay. Thank you so much. We're coming to the end of our session. So if you have any questions, please just on Zoom, our Zoom audience, please just send a message. If there are any questions, we'll be receiving questions now. So just to wrap it up, yes, I'm sure either one of us or someone that we know closely or a long distance related to us has had some sort of bad experience with being with service delivery online. And I think that, yes, like you said, awareness is key. Awareness is extremely important. I think that if both buyers and sellers are aware of their rights and responsibilities, and take these rights and responsibilities take these rights and responsibilities with utmost importance, I think that then it creates some sort of create a chain reaction, in the sense that even forces like the government will be forced to create regulations, will be forced to fill in the gaps that are obviously there. We said something about how like there are different institutions. So there's NAFDAC. NAFDAC has some sort of provision for consumers. Then there's SON, then there's the FCCPA. But then if we harmonize all these regulations, put them into one particular body that relates to a specific demographic, which is the e-consumers, I think that would simplify that would solve the problems by half. We cannot completely eradicate all these problems, but yes, that would solve the problems by half, and then we're on our way to having a fairer marketplace. I also think that there's a responsibility on all of us as well to promote awareness. There's responsibility on us as well to be better people. It starts with the little things. So if you're providing a service, make sure that you are providing the best service as possible. Just don't say that because the norm is for people to not have a no refund policy in Nigeria, then I can do that as well. I think that the change starts with every one of us. So if you are starting a business, if you're a service provider, make sure that you're offering the best service as possible. Make sure you're offering the best service as practicable as well. If you are a consumer, because you know these rights, you should also lay a claim for these things. So if you are not servicing me, if you are not servicing me the way I want to be serviced, I have the right to a refund. I also have the right to question you without you blocking me on Instagram. Let's be responsible people in the society. So yes, thank you so much. This was very, very enlightening. I hope that as people will do better, I hope that the regulations will also favor e-consumers, because like we said, there's some sort of unfair advantage just by the fact that they are at the back of a computer screen or in front of a phone screen.
Yeah.
So yes.
And also, let me add just one thing. I think I say this a lot. Let's test these laws more, right? I'm also guilty of this. Someone is doing something wrong online and I'm like, I'll just leave this person. I don't have time for this one. No, I say this every time, particularly when I'm talking about digital copyright. Let's test these laws. If somebody is asking you to DM for price, you tell them, this is wrong. This is against the competition law. You are violating the law. Don't ask me to DM for price. Why are your prices not stated? So testing laws. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any audience questions? Okay, yes.
Last month I bought a goose online, and the vendor is in Ghana, and is a 20 mil hair product. So I requested for the distributor in Nigeria, especially here in Abuja. I got the product. So from the reviews online, I'm supposed to get results in 2 to 3 or 1 month. So after buying the goods, I then DM the vendor in Ghana asking how soon can I get maybe effect of the product. And she was telling me 4 months. I was really angry, but I don't know what to do. So from all reviews, it's 2 weeks to 1 month. But from the DM after buying, she told me 4 months. So I want to know what step, because I stopped using the product. After 2 weeks, the distributor in Abuja asked me if there's any improvement. I told her I stopped using the product, but I didn't tell her what happened between me and the vendor in Ghana. So what step should I do to get justice for me buying a product and not given proper information before buying, and after I got this information after buying the product? Thank you.
Okay, let me just say something. So I think that will come to the jurisdictional aspect of it. So you bought something from someone in Ghana, right, and you're in Nigeria. So I think we will discuss the jurisdictional aspect of that. But I also think that I don't think we quite spoke about the fact that you can actually lay a complaint. So if there has been a breach of service, so if you have bought something and you have not been properly serviced the way that you are supposed to, there are commissions that you can walk into. So there is Servicom, for example. I know that like Nigerians have some sort of funny relationship with government parastatals, in the sense that there is this ideology that these things don't work. But I know I have personally sent emails to FCCPs, like I've copied them in emails. So for example, I would call Dana Airline out. Dana Airline has always, every time I book a flight, there is always some sort of issue. And I noticed that every time I copy FCCP, there is
the promptest response, in the sense that they want to make a case for themselves, you know. So they want to make a case for themselves. They know that if it doesn't even have to be a very serious issue. They know that this thing will be taken up, you know. And I feel like if we can hold, or yeah, if we can take these our issues, because there is Sericom, for example, like I said, you know, you can walk into any Sericom office and make a complaint. You know, you can go to FCCP, you know, and like there are institutions that cover the relationship, the buyer and seller relationships. So I've also had people that have I've had vendors that have had to return people's money because they did not provide the service and FCPA was involved, you know. So I think that first of all, we should be aware that in Nigeria we have this body option. There is this option for you. You know, just the knowledge itself is the first place to start. Then I think, do you want to talk about the jurisdictional aspect?
Well, okay. I think maybe my first question is going to be: did this happen on Instagram? When you contacted the vendor on Instagram. Okay, so if the person has an Instagram store, sometimes in-app resolution actually is really useful, right? Instagram has they like business accounts. Yeah, so Instagram has a category of accounts called business accounts. So hopefully this person has a business account. If they don't have a business account, then you can make a complaint that this person is, you know, doing business on their personal account without having a business account. But if they have a business account, you can just go to the Instagram help center and lay that complaint. You can start from there. So in addition to regulations, laws, people outside, sometimes just the platform, social media, online platforms, they're actually very helpful in this instance. There is I was just quickly looking this up. So Ghana has a consumer protection agency. I haven't gone through their laws. I don't know their laws, but I know that in the Nigerian consumer protection laws, there are provisions on trans-border cooperation for incidences like this. So maybe I hope that Ghana has something like that. It's something that we can look into. And even if they don't have it, there are many ways that you can go about it. In the event that there's a provision for trans-border cooperation. So it's a situation of you make a complaint through the FCCPC and they take it to Ghana, and Ghana follows it up from there. If it's to get you a refund, to get your money back, or to sometimes just get you an apology, because you know it can be very annoying to buy something and that's false representation. They said it will go in ahead 4 months, and in 2 weeks, and you now message and they tell you that it's 4 months. That's very upsetting. So that's an option. There's also, it depends also on maybe the extent to which the distributor has control over the sale, which to create a direct relationship between you and the distributor. In that case, you wouldn't need to go through Ghana. Right, but I think that whichever way, like she said, the first thing is knowing that the FCCPC is there for you. You just send them an email and they tell you, and you tell them what happened, and they say, okay, we have this arrangement with Ghana, so this is how we can go ahead with it. Or we don't have an arrangement with Ghana and we can't help you. And in that case, you may have to rely on Instagram's in-app resolution, which I think it's quite helpful sometimes. Thank you. Any more questions?
Any more questions?
Yes, please.
So with the rise of digital technology and processes like cryptocurrency and digital identities, right? It's obvious that our laws and regulation are not catching up fast enough. With the rise of NFT, for example, you know, if you've worked with NFT before, you know you can essentially just take someone's picture or someone's artwork and mint it, and then you get money for it, you get value for it. How can you protect yourself from those kind of experiences, right? Because these are you're in a separate dimension entirely when you're in digital currencies and all of that, and it doesn't really follow the laws of centralized finance systems and block systems. It's essentially decentralized. That's the whole point of it. So in this kind of environment, how do you protect yourself from theft, from fraud, and everything malicious that goes on in that dark space, basically?
Okay, so do I take that? Yeah. Okay. So while I was mentioning earlier that there are elements of consumer protection in every law. Something I did not mention was in copyright law, right? So if you have an issue with NFTs, if someone has maybe taken your image, or I see someone stole some art a few weeks ago and tried to sell them off as you know, try to sell them off on the blockchain. I think that what comes into play, the copyright law can help you. Really, we have this. I mean, it's true that a lot of our laws don't take into account the digital, you know, economy. But at the same time, we have a lot of laws that are made for the physical world that are also very helpful. And the Copyright Act is helpful in that regard. If somebody takes your image and mints it as an NFT, they have infringed on your copyright, and you go through the normal copyright enforcement process. If it's a picture of you, you might have a bit of a problem because that's a personality right, and the Nigerian copyright law, as it is now, does not recognize personality rights. So I don't know what you would do in that instance, but maybe if someone is taking a picture of you to sell, you'd want to find out why they're trying to sell a picture of you first. But in the event that personality rights don't protect you, copyright laws can help you in that regard. So if the question was just NFTs, is it just NFTs or the wider extent of cryptocurrency transactions? So yes.
There's no central banking system. So do you go ahead to engage in that transaction with the knowledge that if you're duped, you're duped? There's nothing you can do about it.
No, but digital payments in the sense of Naira, or digital payments in the sense of, are you paying with cryptocurrency? Because if you're paying with Naira, it's still going through NIBS.
Yes, with cryptocurrency.
With cryptocurrency.
Yes.
So, yes, maybe we should allow the government to. Regulate an aspect of it. Yes, and so it's not bad.
Sorry, we're still growing in that aspect. So I'm sure very soon it's something of interest. It's something that brings money, something that attracts tax. So I'm sure the government is really, really working on it. We're going to have answers soon.
And also, I don't know how I don't think this is very popular in Nigeria, but I've quite seen online chatter about private individuals creating dispute resolution platforms to solve these kinds of problems. Right? If you have a decentralized problem, then maybe you also need a decentralized solution to that problem. So in addition to having our traditional court systems, our traditional regulatory agencies, administrative panels, maybe we can also look to a future where we have online resolution methods for these kinds of problems. I mean, the blockchain is there, right? If somebody sells something on a blockchain, everybody can see it, right? So there should be space to have, private people who can resolve those issues. There's arbitration, there's mediation, and I think that there's room for people who work in those spaces to look towards developing platforms for resolving these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will stop here.
Okay, thank you. I think we're done. No more questions, right? Okay, thank you so much. It was very interesting. I loved speaking with our panelists and speaking to you, the audience as well. So thank you very much. Okay, I think we've come to the end of our panel.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you once again for being here. It's been an impactful and insightful 6 hours of conversations and discussions that have been eye-opening. Special thanks to our panelists for their wonderful contribution and insights, to our participants for your immense contributions, and for making the sessions interactive. From the four panels, we were able to come up with recommendations that include adequate representation of women in decision-making process, digital literacy and inclusion of digital skills in schools curriculum. The African media should be pluralistic from PTCIJS session, and that it should also be independent, and there should be truthful dissemination of information and honest gathering of information as well. And from the last session from A&E Law Partnership, we've also discovered that it is our responsibility to promote consumer rights as well as test the laws guarding consumers. We hope with these findings, we will be able to advocate in our capacities as digital actors for the implementation of these findings and conclusions as well. On behalf of Paradigm Initiative, TechRNG, A&E Law Partnership, and to our other sponsors, we say thank you to each and every one of you for being here. And as we look forward to another interactive session tomorrow, you can still join us here. In the meantime, good evening and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.